Hello my dear friends, I hope that you are well. Here we have a unique and professional training course, which is a comprehensive course about Unreal software, which if you have worked with Inkscape, Twinmotion or Lumion, for sure you know some topics which we're gonna have in this course. You'll understand them better. The interesting point here is that all of the softwares like Inkscape, Lumion, Twinmotion or other softwares about rendering, they are a small part of the Unreal, especially in version 5 with some more modeling possibility and options. In this version of the Unreal, you can have more options in addition to the abilities and options, which makes you able to present your projects real and professional. These days, in most of the big companies or professional projects, they use Unreal for different purpose. One of the most important factors is that Unreal is completely free. On the other hand, it's really high quality. It's user-friendly. And you can also access many sources related to learning the Unreal software. If you face with a problem, with a simple and quick search in internet, you can solve your problem. In Unreal software, you can have modeling, rendering, material, lighting, edit, animation, and also visual programming or even coding, which we don't have it in this course, but we will talk about blueprint or visual programming deeply. This course is really professional and we try to cover all the topics which are necessary to you for building and architecture. Then whatever you're gonna do will be really different. So be patient and start this course, pay enough attention and consider this that you need to know at least one 3D software before starting this course. It can be Revit, SketchUp, 3D Max, Rhino or other 3D softwares. And we will use Revit, 3D Max and SketchUp in this course, especially Revit and 3D Max. And I'll tell you about the reason that I use 3D Max beside of this software. Guys, some of the controls about different elements can be more professional in 3D Max software, which you're gonna know all of these important things in this training course. So follow us in another professional course. Okay, before everything, we need to know how to install Unreal. In new version or even old versions, no difference. You should search Epic Game Launcher in Google. Okay, the first link which you face with it is download the Epic Game Launcher. With a click, you can enter the Unreal website. For sure, you need internet connection, but if it doesn't work, you can't have this page, you need to have VPN. Okay. When you face with this page, quickly click on download Epic Game Launcher, then download it and install it. So download it and install it. After installation, it will be here like this. I run it and when you open it, you will face with a page like this, which is divided to some different sections. Here, new, the last news, which Epic Game Company has published. You can have all of them here, but you need internet connection and with a click you can have that news. Next section is sample. Here you can have some samples which are here from Epic Game for different reasons, and all of them can be some perfect training for you. As instance, I click on this one. We need a file here, free. And as you can see here, it supports the versions from 4.2.4 till 4.2.7, this file. And I download it, free. And here you can see the versions. They are here till 4.27. Here, create, and then it will start downloading this file. And we can have some descriptions for this sample file. When you download something here in download section, right here you can see the process of downloading. I cancel the previous download to have this new download. Okay, it's almost 2 gigabytes. You can see here. So you can see it here. And here in library, here at the top, you can see the engine version. When you click on this plus, right now, my version is 5.0.2. The last version, which when I click, I can see it here. And when you click, you can have the previous version. And you can even choose your desired version here in this list. These versions are really important. For example, in version 5, the part which is related to VR has some bugs. To having VR, we usually use 4.27 because it's better. And I hope that these bugs will be reformed during this course when we want to have VR. Except of that, we need to use the version 4.27 sometimes. And before installation, you can click on this icon here. Here is setting. I cancel it for now. This one, option. All of them have an option. Here you can choose that which items you need to install. For example, starter content, template and future pack, and also engine source, and Android, iOS. For example, here, I don't need HoloLens, but I want to have Android and iOS because later we might need to be able to have the files with our phone. So we might need Android and iOS. And I remove Linux. I don't need it. And tvOS, which here if you want to have this, you need to remove iOS. This is the first item. We need to select it always. Apply, and I removed some items. So here it's trying to refresh it. It's trying to be updated. And then here you can have install, and then it will start installation. And as I told you before, here you can see the process. I cancel this for now. It's not necessary to cancel it. I just do this to have it faster. Okay, let's go out of this section. Here we have marketplace. It's like a store, and some people which are working with Unreal and they create some things, they can have their files here for free or even to sale. And it will be here, and different people can have that files here and they can use it. And they're categorized and you can use them easily. And here in library, the last things which are done, all the softwares which you downloaded or you installed them, you can see them here. This section is for Twinmotion, and when you have your Unreal installed, let me close this. It should be completed, but here you have launch, or here at the top you can see launch. You can click or you can have its icon on your desktop. And we will talk about it in next video. Okay, after that process, as I told you before, you need to click on launch, or here in library you can have launch. And quickly after clicking, the Unreal software will be open here. We need to wait. First, you face with this page, which here in first section, right here, it's about recent projects. Here you can have the last projects, which mine is hidden. Next section here is game. Actually, this section is for templates, the templates which are for creating games. And this section is about film and video, everything which is related to video and film, like effects or something like this. Next section is architecture, and all the templates which are here are specialized for visualizations and archvids. Here we have a category, a blank space and the template with some settings. When you click on each of these items, here you can have some descriptions. As instance, for this section, architecture, and this blank, here you can see this information. This is made with the least amount of functions. It contains nothing. And this template, which is currently being used, it's a plugin, data has been imported, which is especially for importing different files from different softwares to Unreal, and they're especially for modeling softwares. And later we will talk more about DataSmith when we want to import files, and it's one of the important things which we use it in 3D Max, Revit, SketchUp, Rhino, different softwares. You can install this plugin and you can have the file more complete. For example, you have something like camera or light with this plugin, you can have a better support. And next section, here it says with all of that default contents, we also have some items for visualization like animation, render setting. It has all of these like basic, and this one is HoloLens. When you want to use HoloLens, you can use this structure, which some of these templates has two icons. For example, here for HoloLens, here you can see two items. First item is starter content. When you select it and you start a project, it will have some contents, some items like table and chairs, which you can use them in your project. And ray tracing is for this technology, ray tracing, which we have it in Unreal, and later we will talk about it more. And here in this section, conceptual design, the templates are here ready. And this one, collaboration viewer, whenever you want to have coordination or collaboration, this is really valuable, which it has desktop export and VR as defaults, and it's really perfect. And this one, which is about AR, which has the setting of virtual reality in defaults. Okay, so here we have different templates, and it's useful for industrial projects. You can select which one you want. For example, I select this blank. Here is project location. We need to consider a path. For example, like this, I create a folder, as you can see, and here I name this 1A. I enter this folder, select, and here we need a name. For example, I name it start, but you need to be careful that it's not possible to have space. The words should be without any space between them. For example, like this, and the space is not acceptable here. And at the end, you can click on create, and you can have Unreal software like this. And this is that blank template. And we have this surface here as default. We can remove it with some settings here. And step by step, we will be more familiar with them. Let me have these items as defaults. Okay. In version 5 of the Unreal, the arrangement of items has changed completely. And it's more user-friendly, easy to work. Here I open this file to work with it. Okay, here at the top, you can see the menus, and in which one you can have some settings. For example, here in window, you can have the settings about window. It's about the windows which you open them in this software. For example, click here to have level window like this. Or for example, content, browser, here. And later, we will know them better. Here at this toolbar, when you take a look, you can see some new tools just added in version 5. Here is save, like Ctrl S. With a click, you can save your current file. And be careful, we have different type of saves, save level, save file. We have different saves, you will be familiar with them step by step. Here you can choose your work. For example, you can choose selecting to select different subjects, to edit them, for example, or other controls. Next item is landscape. And when you click, you can have the settings about landscape here. And then you will be able to work on landscape in Unreal with these tools. Full H. Here this item is for everything which is related to trees, plants, grass, something like this for all green spaces. You can have it in your models or for landscape, and you can use all of these tools here to be able to control them or create them. Okay, Mesh Paint. This is about different objects and controlling the meshes. And these professional possibilities just added to version 5. Here this item Fracta, which you can use them to have some breaks in your objects, and many perfect tools added here. We will talk about them. And next part, which is brush editing, for editing the mesh or animation, to create some animations from the different objects. Select is useful for all fields and sections, but the most useful tools for architecture field, landscape, and Full H. I want to talk about them a little to be able to use them in our projects as well as we should. Here in this menu, you can have all of these things which I talked about them. Not all of them, but some of them can be possible here in this list, because here is for creating some actors. When you open this, here you can have the setting about importing contents. You can import some files here. We will talk about it. Excel bridge. Here, marketplace. And here again, content browser, like we have it at the top. And here we have some basic modelings, but it might be hard to choose it in this list. Here you have an item, place actor panel. When you select it, you can have it right here, and you can access all of these tools here like this. Okay, I can have a right click here at the top to have this like a slide at the side, and whenever we need it, just with a click, I can have it here. Or again, with a right click, I can have it again as defaults. Or for example, I can hide it here, and here again, I can select show or even close it. And we have this panel here for lights which we want to have in the project, or basic shapes here, sequences or cameras, some effects which we want to add, and something like this. And each of them can be really useful in project, especially effect, volume, and cinematic. These are really helpful, and also light. Here we can access blueprints. This part is to adding sequences or animations. For example, here we can have an animation with the cameras which we have in the scene, and we can play it here, and we can have some animations like this. I cancel it for now. So this is like this. Here this part is run. To run this camera, we call it simulating. We can move and walk in the scene, and here for example I press W to move forward like this, and here with moving mouse I can orbit in the scene. If I press S, I can move back, A to left, D to right, E to move up, and Q moving down. And with escape we can get out of this, or here we can stop it. So this is to simulating. For example, right here, for this, when I run, I can see this animation. I can play it. Okay, Now we want to talk about this part at the right. Some tools to control different parts. Here, let me tell you something. With holding right click, you can orbit in the scene. You can move and look around. And when you press W and right click, you move forward. S, moving back. A to left. D, right. E and Q for up and down. Okay, if you think that you're moving too fast, here you can control it in camera speed. With a right click, you can control the speed of moving. You can decrease it or increase it. And here you can have a number, for example, 2. Then it will be set on 2. The amount of change will be 2 when you move this. Or again, 1 or 2 again. And now as you can see, it's moving slowly. To have a better control on the project, like this. Okay, here, first one is select. And when you choose it, the only thing which you can do is selecting. It's not possible to use move or scale or something else. Here is move. When you choose it, you can move different subjects in the project. You will face with this gizmo with 3 axes, and you can move your subject along each of these axes like this, or you can move it between the surfaces. And Ctrl Z to undo. Here you can see undo in edit list. You have undo here, and you can see its hotkey Ctrl Z. Here, as you can see, when I'm moving this subject, see how it's moving? It's because that we have snap. Here at the top, you can control the snap, distance snapping on grids. There are some grids which this moving is happening on them. I select it again. When it's active, how much you have here, it will be your snap for moving. Now here we have 10. I can change it to 1. Or for example 500. Snapping limit your moves in half meters, but here we have 500 centimeters equal to 5 meters. I can change it to 50 centimeters, as you can see, like this. It moves like this. If you don't want to have a snap, you can turn it off here and it will move normally. Real time and perfect. Next item here is rotate. When you choose it, you can rotate your objects. Here, let me tell you something. I choose this here, for example, and then I press Alt and I move this at the same time. In this way, I can have a copy of this object. Same as 3D Max, which you can have copy with pressing Shift, or Revit, which you can have copy with Control. Most of the softwares have this possibility, and in Unreal, we need to press Alt to have this. We need to hold Alt and move the subject at the same time. We can have the copy with this technique, even with rotate. I need to hold Alt and rotate this subject. In this way, I can have a copy of this subject. So we can have a rotate like this for all angles and positions which we want to have for our subject. Like this. Move, rotate, and scale, which we have these tools here at the top. When you select each of the objects in the scene, you can have that tools here again at the details. And here you can open details window if it's closed. And here we have details 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's because the parameters are too many in details and you want to have different categories and parts. So you can control it here. For example, details 2, I open it, and you can have this window and you can work with this. And here you have transform section, for example, and you can have another details window at the same time. Here, for example, details 3. And here you can control something else. And you can use both of them at the same time. And as I told you before, the reason is that the number of parameters are really high, and it's like this for you to be able to have better access and better control in different sections. And I close them. And here again, as you can see, there are rotate and controls. And when you click on this icon, it will be returned to the first position. For example, look at here. Here I can have minus 90. It will be like this. And next one is scale. Okay, as I said, next item is scale. To changing the size of different objects, you know all of these tools. You worked with them in different softwares. When you select, you can see its gizmo here. When you control this central point, you can scale it in all axes at the same time. If you don't like it, you can click on reset, or you can scale it just along a special axis, for example, like this. And again, if you don't want it, you can reset. And here the shortcut is W, E, R, and all of them are near to each other on the keyboard. And if you want to have a shortcut, you can press them and use them. Okay, I select these and delete it. Here, let me tell you something about Gizmo. There are many tips and different techniques about Gizmo, but the most important one is that this Gizmo can be here only with coordination of 0, 0, and 0. Let me have a short description about this for you to understand it better. I open 3D Max software. First of all, I change the unit to centimeter, both of them, because Unreal is based and work in centimeter. I draw a box here. Be careful, the gizmo is here now, but the origin point is here, 0.000. I mean, if I have another box, and here I put 0, 0, 0, like this, the box will be here. See? So this is the origin point. I put it here. Now here I have an object and its location is here, but the origin point is somewhere else. And as you can see, the gizmo of this object is on itself. But when you want to have this object in Unreal, this gizmo will be at the origin point. Be careful. I select this object, but it's better to scale it a little. Here 100, in 100, in 100. Then I move it and I select this, then export selected. Its format is FPX, drive C, temp, and here I name it pivot, and then I save it. Okay, now Unreal. And here I need to have a right click and this item, import to our game. I will describe all of these imports later. Here we're just talking about Gizmo. I do this for you to see what happened. Again here, and I import this with all of these informations. Like this. Now be careful. Now when I drag this file to my scene, as you can see, the gizmo is here at the origin point, 0, 0, 0, but the object is here. Here when I reset the location of all axes, X, Y, and Z, it will be exactly like 3D Max. See, it will be like this. The gizmo is here, but the object is here. See, object is here, and the origin point is here. So, always, when you want to import some files to Unreal, the gizmo will definitely be at the origin point, 0, 0, 0, but the object can be somewhere else. According to this, when we want to import some files here, we need to know some techniques to be able to control the model better. And later, when we want to talk about imports, we will talk about it deeply. Okay, here, perspective viewport again, and in this file. So from now on, we know that the gizmos are here according to point 0, 0, 0. Here in rotate, as we said, we can rotate the object, but you can see here that it's rotating by snap 10. It's rotating 10 by 10. Here you can change this to 45 degrees, and then it will rotate like this. Or you can have that 10 like before, or you can choose that you don't want this, and you can turn it off here. And now we don't have a snap here. And here at this section, enable snapping, which is about scale. Right here. Now when you look at these numbers for scale, the number of snap for scale is 25. Control Z. Here we have 25. When we change it to 1, or whatever, how we like and how we need. And you can also have a click here to turn it off, and it will be scaled normally like this. Control Z. So now you know this part, and this section, as I said before, it's to controlling the speed of cameras. And the last item, which is to having 4 viewports, and then you can maximize which one you like. You can select it to have it. You can select each one you need. You just need to click on this icon to maximize it. Okay. When you want to select an object, with pressing F, you can have zoom in that object. The focus of the camera will be on that object, like this. And as I said before, with having right click, you can orbit in scene to look around the scene. After selecting an object, with pressing H on the keyboard, that object will be hidden. You can hide objects with this key, really easy. And then to return them, you need to use Ctrl H to return all of them in the scene. Select, press H, and then Ctrl H to return them. These icons, which you can see them in the scene, are some special tools of the Unreal with some special purpose to have some special possibilities like camera or light, or for example animations, or here moving actor, which the action is here behind of this camera. Okay, if you don't want to see them in your scene, you just need to press G on your keyboard to hide all of them in your viewport. And if you want them, again G to have all of them. Special icons of the Unreal. And easy to know that. For example, here a rectangular light, or here for example an action. Here for example spotlight. See, like this. Next section in Unreal, we talked about these parts. What do we have here and how we can use them? Toolbars. And here we have viewport. But here in Unreal, we call this level viewport. Here in this software, we should consider level something different from what we have here in other softwares. For example, in Revit, we know the level as an align. But here, we know the level as a skin or a surface, a layer of the viewport. I mean here, map. As you can see here, we have 2 levels. One of them is this one. Don't save. And the other one is this one. And to creating different alternatives and different designs in a single model, you can use this section. I mean, you can create different levels in a single file. And we call this section level viewport. Okay, now we want to talk about this part. We are just introducing these parts. Later we will talk about them. Here we have content drawer. All the contents, sources, everything you have and you import to Unreal software to use will be here, and it will be categorized. It can have a folder here, it can be controlled, and right here, document layout, here you can fix it, or you can even close it, and when you close it, it will be here in version 5, or with control and space, you can have this automatically, it will be open, and when you use, you can close it again. And again here in window, you can have content browser. For example, sometimes you need to have the folder of mesh to have some different objects, and while it's open, you need to check another folder. So you can have that folder here like this. It can be, for example, plans. And in this way, you can have both of them at the same time. Okay, now I close it, and later we will talk about them more. And here, beside of this, we have bottom toolbar. Here are some different windows which they can be used to control the CMD or Python, or warnings window which you might face with them in software. You can have all of them here. And after that, here we can have detail, and whatever you select, the details, settings and parameters to control an object will be here. And again, here we can have more windows of detail. And I told you the reason that we need here. And then outliner here, the list of all different objects which you have in your level viewport. You can have them in folders. We can categorize them, manage them, and control them. And we will talk about this part more later. And now here at this corner on the left, we have a menu. When you click, you can have some parameters here, which each one is for something special. As instance, here show frame per second, I select it. Here you can have frame per second to let you know about this, working the software is smooth or not. For example, here it's 11 FPS. It shows that this file is almost heavy, and now I know that if I wanna do something, I need to control this scene. For example, if I don't need light somewhere, I can have it here. I search it, for example, light. Here, I turn them off, and in this way, I can increase the FPS. When I turn them on, step by step, it will be decreased. So here you can have FPS or frame per second to show you that the speed of your system is equal to how many frames in a second. And you can control everything with this. And after that, here we have show status. I'm just naming them. During this training course, we will talk about each of these items deeply. Here, screen percentage. The quality or accuracy of the work. For example, I zoom here. Here, I want to enter 150. And then the resolution and the quality of this part will be increased. Then I change it to 50 or 1. You can see the differences. 20, 90, 60, 55, 50, 40, 1. All of them are like this. And when I have 150 here, you can have a good quality here for the objects, but I prefer to have it as default, 100. And sometimes I want to have the viewport without all of these tools. Here, you can select full screen like this. For example, you need to check your objects like this, and then again here like this. Or for example, I want to have render right here. Here I have this item, high resolution screenshot. I click here, the size and the quality 3 times more. Capture, and this warning is about the long time which it takes to have this quality. Let me change it, 1.5 or 2, then capture. Okay, in this way I have a rendering of this shot. This is the first one. Like this. If you don't want to have these icons, I delete these. Okay, here, as I said before, you can press G to hide all of these icons. And then you can have high resolution screenshot, here twice more, and capture. After rendering, here you can see the path. I click to have it. And like this, as you can see, the icons are not here anymore. And see how easy you got this rendering during some seconds with a perfect quality. Okay, I close this window. Next topic is this one. It's kind of visual style. It's like that, which we have it in other softwares. For example, Revit, SketchUp or 3D Max, Rhino or others. Most of the 3D softwares have this visual style. Something like wireframe, shaded, realistic and others are here. But here in Unreal, we have this really professional. They're not just 5 or 6 simple items. It's more complicated. For example, here lit. This is realistic. This one shaded, wireframe, and this one detail light. You can control the quality of the light here in project. And here you can control the reflection and other items. This one, for example, for occlusion. Here, player occlusion. And here, for example, lumen, which is really useful, especially in new versions, which we need to activate it. Maybe it's not active in this file. Or, for example, this one, Ninite, such a perfect technology in Unreal version 5. And I choose lit for now, and Ninite. For example, here. For example, the elements, which we activate them with this technology. For example, double click here to have this window. And then here, enable and support, select it, and then apply. We will talk about this later deeply, but now look at here. It's simple now. Now here again, and then here you can control and select the objects to have this technology. You can have this in different modes, better with more quality. And we have another way to activate it, which is more simple. And for that, you need to have a right click in project browsers, right here, Ignite, and enable, disable. I click on disable, and it's done. Same as here. I can do it right here, and then save it, and close, and have a save for now. Okay, next one is show, right here, which here you can activate or deactivate some items in your project. For example, here, atmosphere, or for example, here, static mesh. All the static meshes will be hidden, and I can have them again. Or for example, here, this one, the call. If you have it in your project, they will be hidden. So here, like this, you can control the items which you want to have them in your project. Or for example, here, footage. All of the items with footage will be hidden. And again, here, hide. Nothing happened. Okay, here, next one. It's not active as default, and you can have it when you have epic here. For example, here low, it's the quality of the viewport. See, low, look at here, frame per second. Now, medium, high, and epic game. And also here, cinematic, which has a perfect quality. And also auto, which is according to your system and your parameters, it will analyze and decide that which one is suitable for you. Okay, I put it in epic game for now, and when you close it, you can't have it. When you want to have it again, right here, setting, here, this item, and then here you can select your quality, like this. And as you can see, it's here again. Okay, now it's time to have a useful and important part in Unreal which all of the users need it. And that part is right here, Contents Row. And as I said, when you open it with Control and space, you can close it and open it again like this. Let me erase this for now. Okay, see, like this. Here, when I click in this item, token layout, you can fix it here. And you should know that here we have some different parts, sections. First, which is right here, this part, it's navigation bar. It's used for navigating. For example, here in this folder, you can see the path here when I enter. Or for example, here in mesh folder, you can see the path like this, which if you want to get back, you can use this section just once, or you can click on all and change your location like this. So here is navigation bar. Second part is here, this panel above this collection. We call this part source panel. It means that all the contents which you have in your project and you use them, or the items which you added here and you might not use it at all, but you can have them here and they will be right here. And this is the reason that we call this part source panel. Okay, next part, right here, collection, which here you can choose local collection, for example, and you can create some collections as instance, material, or import files, and you can have some items or objects in each of these folders. You will work with them and you will know them. Okay, I select them and right click and delete. So this section which we create named collection. Next part, right here, let me get back here. All, for example, mesh or material, you can select all of them. Here we have search and filter. Right here, you can search everything you need. For example, here in material, let me search about water, which we don't have it here. For example, wood. Here you can have everything which is related to this word, wood. Or here, concrete, like this. So here you can have search, but how about filter? Filter is right here. And it's not necessary to be in some special folder. You can be right here in content or all. And here you can have some search. Here you can have everything which is related to wood. It can be material, texture. It can even be a mesh or a 3D object. For example, case word. Let me have mesh. Okay. All. Book. See. Texture. And these are mesh. And these are some materials. Here I should tell you, if you want to do something in Unreal and when you want to use these items, you need some special namings and categories. Why? Because they are too many as instance. For material instance, which I will tell you what are they in material, but here for material instance, everything we have contains M and I at the beginning. In this way we can understand that this is a material instance. Or textures, they start with T. Or mesh with SM, static mesh. This is a special naming. For example, for blueprint we have BP. In this way you can find the elements really easy. For example, here when I see SM, I can know that here I have static mesh. Okay, then we have filter. Here you can filter your elements. For example, this book. I can have filter for it. For example, only static mesh, book and static mesh. As you can see, it's right here. Okay, again here, I can add, for example, textures to this filter. And when I remove this book, what I have here, it's only the textures. Sorry, when I remove static mesh, here I just have textures. And then I can have it again. I can even add material. As you can see, here we have some materials. I can remove them or have them again. And when you don't need these filters anymore, you can remove them here in this list. So you can have filter with these items in this list. And here we have a category. Here you have a reset filter. If you have a something, for example, like static mesh, you can save this here, local collection. As I said before, right here, you can create and name it. For example, static mesh and book and enter. See? Now when I remove this right here in this list, then when I double click on this one or in this category which we have here, we can have it again. Right here, reset, we can reset it. I remove this book right here and then I click here to have it again. Again here. As you can see, we can have a selection really easy. Okay. I remove it again and then right here. Okay, now you know how you should create some selection. You can even choose a color here with right click to be able to analyze them. For example, when I'm here, I know that this color is for static mesh. Or for example, green is for material. It can be another category. Like you can do for folders. Right here, you can have a set view. Everything you have in Unreal is here, and you can create folders or you can import some files, whatever you like. Right here, let's have some simple examples. Okay, here for example, this is material. I can have a right click and this item set color, and I can set a color. In this way, I can have the folders which are related to materials in some special colors. As instance, this color. Or textures. Here, set color, a new color. Previous color is saved here. Let's check it. For example, this color. And now it's time to have color for mesh. We need these folders many times during the work so we can change the color to be able to analyze them better. For example, here for this folder map, I change its color. Like this, for example. I can have a right click here again, and then here I can clear its color. You can remove that color in this way. Or, for example, here, right click, and here, rename. I can change its name. Textures, for example. It's better to write with capital letters in Unreal. It's just my suggestion. You're not have to do this. Guys, be careful when you want to rename some items, texture, material, folder, or something like this, which is used different places in your Unreal. It takes some time to rename it and control its name in different places in your Unreal. You know the process to have any change for each of these items, because this item might be in many different places in your software. It should repath it, and it takes some process to support that textures and items again. And here I renamed this folder, so I need to wait for this process to be complete. And done. Okay, next part is setting, which with a click you can have setting. And for example, here first section, view type, the type of view here, for example, material, texture, whatever. Here you can change its type to list, for example, like this, or you can choose columns here to be able to check every single details here, like this. Or next part here, which is for lock. When you lock it, in this way, next time which you need it, you can have a new one, not this one. I close this one. And here, duct in layout. And as you can see, it's not the previous one. This is new. And I click in content browser and drag it. And in this way, I can fit it right here. And as you can see, it's not locked right now. When I close it and open it again, it still fits here. Okay, next part is view. Here, show folder. You can show folders, or you can avoid having folders. You can have just contents, which are inside of the folders. And show folder. Here, show empty folder. You might make some folders during work and you forgot about it, and that folders are empty. So here with a click you can find them and see them, all the empty folders which you made. Here, okay, I change these to show folder, show empty folders, and then I can select this and delete it. Or next part, favorite folders, which we don't have any here. And some other items here. Okay, here we have content. Content is about every content which had installed with Unreal. Here, show C++ classes. All the folders which are related to C++, you can have them right here or not, like this. Later, you will understand them better. However, this course is not about coding and C++. Here, show developer content. And here you can show and control that folders. Okay. Or here, show engine content. See here. I want to have it here. And next item, show plugin content. If you have any plugin here, you can have its folder here. See? And show localized content. This part is related to search. Search asset class names, search asset path, and search collection. Which one you prefer, here you can control it. And this part is to control the size of the thumbnails. Tiny, small, medium, large, and the last one, huge, which I prefer to have medium. And you can also edit them right here, which is not necessary for now. Done. And then we have real time here, which most of the time we need to activate it. And these are everything related to setting here. As you can see here, you can have search. Wherever you can see this searching icon, you can understand that search is possible there. Somewhere you can have a plus. It shows that here you can add something. And you can have them and use them. Here again, and click on all. About this window, Content Browser, I need to tell you something. When you have a right click on each of these items, you will face with a menu like this, and I'm going to tell you that what is it for. Let me have a new folder here, or it's better to use this one. Here in Material section, or others, as you like. With a right click, first item is new folder. With a click, you can have a folder inside of this folder. As instance, material instance, O1, like this. So in this way, we can add to here. Now let's go for next one. Here, show in new content browser. Here with a click, you can enter this window and you can have these contents. This item is for adding or importing some contents. Here you can import some files with different formats. Some files like materials, blueprints, and others. Here show in Explorer, when you select it, you will face with My Computer window. Then you can see the path of this file in your computer and the contents or assets. So this one is for the path. After that, here we have rename. To rename it, and the short key is F2. So we can select this folder which we just made. Then we can have F2 and then we can rename it. Okay, then for example here and the basic or shapes, I want to have a cylinder here. Then a right click here. Let's see what do we have here. Okay, here in basic engine section, I delete this one and then here right click and duplicate, and I name it static mesh O1, and then I click and drag it to this one O1 and then move it here like this, and then drag it from here to content. And as you can see, in this way we can move or copy items with click and drag. And as you can see, we have O1 here. And when you look at here, you see that here it's preparing. Now I can drag it from here to my scene. And we can also add a material here, and then I drag this material to the cylinder to have a material for it. And we need to wait for the process. Okay, now here. Again here, right click. After rename, we have set color. We can have a color with it like this. Right click again. After that here, add to favorite. When you click on this one, it adds this folder to this section, favorites, and then you can control it here like this. You might have many folders here in content, and for example, you want to have some of these contents or assets somewhere to be able to use it faster. So you can use this collection, favorites. The most useful folders and items are here. Then here again right click, remove from favorites. Again right click. Next one, which is really useful, save all, and after that resave all. Save all means here inside of this folder, the assets which are here, I need to have some duplicate from this file right here, Control D, here, Control D again here, again, Control D, like this. Okay, then a double click for this one, and then here, enable innate support. I activate it, apply, and then I close this one. Okay, then window, here content, and then I open this. This is number 4. I close it. I close this one. Then again here, content. Okay. Right here, pick this one. Then again here, number 1. Let me have this one here. Okay. Here, in this folder, O1, we have O1 here, but we just want to check it here. It's already possible to see the content of this folder here, like this. It should be in column. Okay, see? Here you can see that one of them, which is saved from defaults, and this duplicated, as you can see, they have stars. And now, when I have a right click here, and then when I select Save All, it will save all the items and assets which are inside of this folder, and they're edited. See? Like this. But after that, here we have Resave All. With this item, you can resave all the assets which are inside of this folder. They can be edited or not. So it should be like this. Okay, here right click, and now it's time for delete. When you select it, when I select it, it will delete this folder with its content according to the level. Here, force delete, delete everything, or you can select cancel. Let me close this one for now. Okay. Okay, here when I choose delete, like this, I can delete it here. Now this item, static mesh O1, is in the scene. If you want to delete an asset which is in the scene, here you have another item, force delete, replace reference, and cancel. Here with selecting force delete, it will be deleted. Let me have another one, delete. Here, okay. Let me have a save. Right click, delete. Okay, here when I choose replace reference, I can replace it with another object, but I cancel it. Again, right click. Next one here is fix up redirectors in folder. Sometimes, like here, we have 2 different levels. Let's add another level. Later you will know all of this better. Okay, save. And then inside of this level, then here I need to have another content. This one. Okay. This one here, I rename it test. Another one, Control D, duplicate it. Okay, again here, save, and then again here. Let's have another folder, test, and then I drag this folder to this one, move. Okay, right click on this test, and then I select fix up redirector in folder. It will find the places and fix them up for all of the assets and folders which are in this folder. Then it will delete extra items. Select, And according to the files, which can be heavy or light, it can take a long process or a short time. In big projects, it takes a long time. Okay, open like this. Okay, back to here. We don't have anything special here for material, so it's not heavy and it's okay. I drag it here in content and I move it here. Here, I select all of them and a right click and fix up redirector in folder. Back to here and then I delete this folder. Okay, after that, here we have migrate. This tool is really helpful and amazing, which can contain an asset or element or material, or it can contain a folder, which I will tell you about this in next part. Okay, now migrate. Here, right click and you can have this tool here. One of the most important and most useful tools is this one. Let me delete this folder. In map, I delete this test like this. Okay. During a project, you spend lots of time and energy to be able to control some objects or assets here. As instance, here, static mesh, not map, mesh. Okay. Look at here, each of these items takes lots of time to be here. Or, for example, each of these items here, right click, here, browser in asset, and it's here. Then I drag it to here, and with move, like this. Okay, you need to work a lot to be able to have this project ready. Okay, for example, for next project, for example, this is the empty file. You need to have some of these objects again in that project. You might need to have the whole folder of the mesh in that project again. So here, right click, mesh, right here, for example, this chair, select it, and right here, asset and select migrate. We have many parameters here because I selected an asset. For a folder, there are not too many. Okay, a window like this, I select save and then this window, which here you can see the amounts. Now we can see these parameters here, or an element. Cancel, and then here, right here, which you can see the materials, it's here, the materials for this right here. Then here a right click for this content and fix up, which if you have materials, you can see the materials here. I cancel it, I select another one to be able to show you the materials. As instance, this one. Right click here and browse in assets. Here, double click on this one, then this window. Here are the materials. Okay. I click on this folder. It shows that it's this one. Then come back here, click on this icon to have it here, the material. Again here. Now this one, select, and here click on this. Like this, save and close it. As you can see, it's added here. Okay. Now, its direction is opposite. It's hard to see it. Here we can select the edit mode. Then with click and drag, we can rotate it. Keep your eyes here. You can see this rotating icon here. I rotate it to have the object like I desire. Then I click on down here. After that, here, click on save to save it. Okay, here, right click and asset, migrate. Here in this window, you can see its material, mesh and textures. Okay, and then in the path which this file is saved, I mean its content. So I need to have a right click here in content, then show in Explorer. I can have its path here. Then I copy this address, then I close this, and I paste it here. And it's saved here. In this folder, mesh, material is here. And from now on, this file is here and we can use it in the projects. With all of that materials and textures, same as the previous project, without any change. Okay, it's processing these textures. And you can do this for everything which you want. This tool, this method is really useful. For example, right here, different types of plants, right click, migrate, okay. Then here in this folder, select, and yes. Let me be here again. Look at these textures. Now here, I have the plants. All of them are here. I select, and I use it here in my scene. Again here, now this one. Like this. So, with having this tool, you can share and move different tools and files and assets which you tried hard for them into projects. And in this way, you can save your time. It's like you are making a library in Revit or a library for different blocks in AutoCAD or different models in 3D Max or SketchUp. Or it's like you're creating these models. It can make you fast for next project. So this tool is really useful. Okay, here in previous file, again, right click. Next option here is reference viewer, which when you click, it will show all of the items which you have for these materials, like this, as you can see here. And here, a material is made. Its name is material, master material, which 92 instances have made with this. And you can see that it's attached to which elements. With a click on each one, you can see its subobject, like this. I close it again. So, whatever you want. For example, here, right click, and then here, reference viewer. Here you can see that it using some levels. What are that levels? And what material do we have for this? This tool is really useful. And it can be really helpful in some projects with many levels or many materials. And with these, you can understand materials and views related to this item. And next item here is size map. Another useful tool as instance. Here, I want to know about the size of this mesh or static mesh. First way for this is to select in column here. And here you can see these details and informations. But there are some tips, I will tell you about them. Let me change it again. Or if you keep the mouse cursor right here, you can see a window like this. and again some informations. But when you do a right click on mesh, here you have an item which is size map. Then with clicking, you will face with this window, and here in this window you can see the meshes from biggest to smallest size, and again just with a click you can have it like this. Here for example 104 kilobytes, here back, and here again this one almost 15 megabyte, back, back, and back. You can control them like this. Okay, after that, here we have audit asset. But before talking about this, let me talk about this part. Here when you change it to column, you can have some informations here, as you can see like this. And when you approach the mouse cursor here, you can see 3 points here. Here some of these items are extra. For example, here Ninite, when I click, I can hide it in this way, or again here, hide. LOD hide. Just with the right click, we can hide it. We just want to keep the important items like these. I hide all of them. Inclusion, it should be here. And here. UV hide. Again, inclusion hide. LOD hide. Like this till the end. Here you have some titles, name, type, disk, materials, vertex, triangles, all of them. Just with a click, you can change their sorts. And be careful, these titles, like name, type, disk size, materials, vertex, triangle, they are really important for advanced searching. For example, here I can have name equal to, for example, test. Like this for everything which we have in test. Or we can say everything but test. In this way we can have everything except of test. And like this we can have these titles for advanced search. And later we will talk more about advanced search. And here we have another possibility. When we change this to column, we can have export with Excel format to have all of these informations in a Excel file. Here save. And now I can open this file to check the reports. I open it like this, and you can see all of that informations here in this Excel file. And this file later for searching and some reports, it can be really helpful. Okay, I close it for now. Minimize. And to have these items which we hide them, right here, reset columns. And now we have all of them again. So this is column. After that, as I said, here we have audit asset. When we click, we can have a window like this, and here are some columns with some informations. But here you can have some more advanced settings, which here you can have that settings. Which structure, which level, refresh, and some other items here, like filtering. You can have all of them to control better. Like this. I close it. And next item, shaded cook statics. This is again a report about everything here. Here in this report, in this window, here you can select what you want. For example, here I select texture. And then here you can analyze and check all of the parameters which are related to the texture. For example, name, actors, type, and here virtual. You can check do you have it here or not. You will learn all of them. Here max dimension and others. Here primitive states, or here for example static mesh, and after any change we need to refresh it. And if you want each of them, here we can have export, and you can save it as Excel, and with clicking on this path, it will be open. And with a double click here, you can have this reports and informations as an Excel file. And I close it. And also this one. And after that, here we have validate assets in folder. This one analyze all of the assets which you have here or in other folders, and if there is any problem, you will see a sign on that. Here I choose yes. As you can see here, data validation succeeded. 88 subjects, all of them are okay, without any fail and without any problem. Okay, now here we have advanced search, advanced searching in Unreal. Okay, I pin this here like this. Here in search, here you have many assets, many different assets here, and sometimes you might have levels, and in each level you can have different assets. So in these kind of situations, you need to have some advanced search. And here at this section, you can even use some mathematical signs. For example, equal, 2 equals, or this sign means equal. For example, if you remember this, let me be here, audit assets. As I told you before, these titles are important to me, to us, because they contain some important informations. As instance, here for name, here I can have name, and then this sign, and then MI. In this way, I can have all of these items which contain MI. And again, underscore, for example, book. As you can see, all of the books are here. For example, book black and others. For example, here I can have black. And when I want to have book, only book. So this is advanced search. And here, equal sign, even 2 equal signs, and this sign, all of them are the same. All of them work as equal. Next one is not equal. For this one, here you can have exclamation mark and colon. In this way, you can have all the assets except of M books. And when you have equal here, it's the same. So this is not equal. Now I open an Excel file. I want to write these signs here for you, these actors. Here, as I said, equal or 2 equals or column, all of them are equal. Cancel, equal, then space, 2 equals, space, column. Enter and OK. You should not consider these 2 quotation marks. OK. Here, as I said, you should consider these 3 signs here, not the others. Here I can have a right click and format cells, then here test to avoid having any problem here. And then I can delete these marks. Okay. So these signs are equal. Here I write equal. Then page layout, I move this to right, and as you can see, like this. Next one is not equal. Here I write not equal in Persian. As I said before, for this, here we can have exclamation mark and equal, or exclamation mark and column. One of them, just one of them can work like this, not equal. Okay, now let's have others here. After that, we can have bigger than and smaller than. As instance, I can have this triangle, which we have it here. Primary assets. Not this one. Let me see, do we have it here or not? I close it. Here, mesh folder. Then I use it here. This. Okay. Here I type it. Triangle. Here I can say I'm looking for triangles which are less than 100. In this way I can have all the assets which are less than 100. Or I can even have bigger than 100. Or here I can have less than and equal. It contains 100 and less than 100. But when I have just less than 100, it will be 99 and less. 100 is not in this group. Guys, these techniques are really helpful in modeling and in your projects because most of the times you need to find some special assets or some elements with some special options. For example, you want to optimize a model or whatever, and it can affect on many other parameters. As instance, here I hide these items which I don't need them. Like this. I make it bigger. Here, disk size. Here, I type disk size. And you can have some special information here to find it. But right now there's no any object, so it's not possible to find it. So here, vertex, and instead of this size, bigger than 100. See? 1000. As you can see, even more than 1000 is possible here. Here, for example, 9,576 vertices. So now here, 9,576. Then I change this to equal. As you can see, only this object is here. So this is really helpful. You can even have conditional search here. For example, you can have and or in your search. As you know, in different formulas, we use two pop signs to have or, and shift and backslash are here to have this, and instead of and you need to have two and signs, and a single sign or two of them are the same. For example, this is and single or two of them, and this is or single or two of them. Okay, here we can have different situations. As instance, we can have vertex more than or bigger than 12,000 or triangle. As you can see here, metadata, triangle bigger than 8,000. Another zero, okay, like this. When you use or, it means that Just with one of these conditions, you can have some objects. It's not necessary to have both of them because we have or. For example, here, as you can see, its vertices are not more than 12,000. They are 9,576. But its triangle here is bigger than 8,000, almost 15,000. So here with 16,000 triangle, it's not possible to have that item anymore. So it's important. Just with one of these conditions, we can have an item. That object is not here because none of these conditions are true for it. But when we have and here, both conditions must be true to be able to have some items. And it must be more than 12,000 vertices, and also the triangle must be more than 16,000. And when I change this, for example, everything will be changed. And when you select one of these items, its vertices should be more than 12,000. As you can see here, 25,941 vertices. And its triangle, 12,500. Now look at here, 46,888. Such a useful search. Okay, now we can have not. I delete this, for example, and here we can write not like this. Test. There's nothing. Let's do it here in content. Not test or not mi underscore book, or we can use a sign. Yeah, here you should write it with capital letters. It was with small letters, so it caused that problem. Okay, not test, because I think we have test here. Yeah, look at here. Or we can have this exclamation mark to have not. So we can have search like this, and we can have different forms of search. For example, here I can have TES and 3 dots. We can have test, or here MI. Yeah, book. It will find the rest of this word according to the first letters. Or 1, 2, 3. It must be 3 of them, 3 dots. And the opposite of this form can be possible too. For example, 3 dots, MI, which we don't have it here. I change it, for example, 1, 2, 3, book. We don't have them here. For example, 01. Yeah, here you can see the items with 01. Okay, so all of these things are advanced search, which is really useful. Okay, right now we're going to talk about different levels in Unreal. In Unreal software, level is one of the useful and important parts. We can say that this part can control the level of your design and modeling. By this, we mean that for each section, you can consider some different elements and assets, and a level can be a part of your design, or it can be the whole and main design or model. For sure, you've seen this in video games. Different levels can be possible. When you win a level, you can go for the next. When you win second level, you will go for third. And each of these are a level, and they can be separated and individual to be able to control some different elements and items easily. And here also in architectural design and modeling in Unreal, we have the same process like video games. You can consider each level as a dish, and according to your needs, your design, you can have some different objects, elements, and items in this dish. For example, in some big and heavy projects, you might have landscape or plants in a separate level, and then another level for the structure, the building, and the furnitures, or some other details like characters or the details of the landscape, lights, car, in another level. And when you need, you can see all of them at the same time. It's like layering in AutoCAD. But here in Unreal, it's like this. The format of these levels is UMap or Unreal Map. This is the format of each files. To have these levels, most of the times they create a folder and then they name it maps, which this folder contains the different levels. Or it can be level, for example. But most of the time, maps. Then in this folder, right click, and here we can select level. Or file, here new level. And another way is Control N. No difference. All of them are the same. Then you will face with this window, File, New Level, then this window. After that, Control N, then this window. But here, right click and level. You can have a level directly. Its name is New World. I delete it. Then here, New Level. Here in this window, you have 4 templates. First item here is Open World. When you select this, you can have a wide surface here, and it has some settings as defaults. For example, some basements, the sun, something is possible here. Next item here is empty, just an empty world. Next item is basic, which here in basic, everything is minimal and smaller than others. You have a flow, you have some base, the light, atmosphere, and some settings about light. And the last one is the same with basic, but there's no any setting about the light and these basic things. And in most of the projects, maybe you want to have different levels in this file. You can have your current level, for example, this or this one here. You can have a duplicate here like this, and then here in this file you can delete some objects which are here and you can control them here. I delete this for now. I will tell you about this technique later, but for now here, new level, and I select this, create, and then I can have it like this. Let me close this window, Word partition. Then here, save. It asks for the path. I select this and a name. For example, here, test map. And then I can save this. Like this. And whenever you want, you can get back in levels which you had before. It's possible to switch between different levels, and the sources will be safe here. And here in new level, you can use the meshes which you had for previous levels here as well. There's no any limitation about this. For example, I drag this F, turn like this. We can delete some objects here. It's not necessary to have all of them here. Right here, we can delete all of these in landscape. Like this, they will be deleted. Again here, maps, this level. When you have any change for a level, and if it needs to be deleted to have another level, you can have this window. It says that they should be saved. You can skip it, or you can save it and continue. If you select don't save, you cannot have this changed which you did here. But when I select save, first it save this process, and then we can have that other level like this. And if you don't want some of them, and delete, and like this, it will be deleted. And all of the objects which are inside of this level will be deleted too. Here again, delete, and done. Now save. This one should be deleted too. Okay. Now, right here, for example, in this file, we want to control these files according to the levels. For example, here, I want to have this section in a level, so duplicate this one. Then I name it, for example, main. And again, duplicate this. And I name it, for example, sub. Then here in main, save. And I delete these objects which are in this section. For example, this file is heavy, and I want to have these furnitures in another file, like this. And now save, and here in sub, I want to save them in sub. This one, for example, H, I hide them to keep them safe. H for all of them, H and H. Then I delete the others, whatever we have here. I delete all of these objects. And then here I need to have a Control H to have them back here, top view. I select them. This one, this, and right click. Now here move. I create a folder here, like this, and I name it sub, to be sure that objects are here in this folder, and then we can delete the others easily. So we need these, but not the others. So here, plants, till here, delete, and I delete this folder. Here in living room, again, till here, delete, and here till here, all of them delete, everything except of sub. Till here, delete. Okay, I delete all of them, and we just have this section. And here I change this to unlit, to be able to see them better. Okay, till here, a save. We'll continue in next part. Okay, here in the main level, which is here, I hide this waste, for example. I need to zoom more. Okay, like this. Save. As I said before, to make it light, here we delete some items and now they are in another file. Then right here in Windows, we have a levels. When you select it, you will face with a window, and here you can manage the levels, and here you can control and manage different levels. Here in this section, we have this item, source control, and then here, add existing or create a new. So here we want to control the current level, so add existing. I select it, and then here I need to choose it. And as you can see, it's added here, and whenever I want, I can turn it off or turn it on again. And in this way, we can control different levels easily. Here in this list, show per second, FPS, then I turn this off, and then look at here, I turn it on again. With more items here, this change in FPS will be more obvious. It has a big effect. For example, when you have a landscape with many trees and different objects, or a big scene with some vehicles, different cars, these kind of things are really heavy, and we can control them here with level if you think the scene is heavy. Like this. Here you should know that usually in your projects you have a main level with many sub-levels. This technique which I just said, it's really useful. And right here in this scene, we want to know that which one is main level and which one is sub-level. Here at the top we have a show. Click. We have many items. Here, advanced. And then here, level coloration. With a click, the items which are a level have a special color. And you can understand that which items are level. Like this. And again, right here, advanced. And turn it off here. Level coloration. Okay. After this process, here I close this. When nothing is selected in your scene, then with a click on each of these levels, here in this section, world setting, you can have some special settings, and according to your needs, you can have these settings, which we don't need them for now, and later for next topics, we will talk about them. So this is level, and let me have a save here. Okay, back to main level, which is here. I select this waste and delete it. Zoom in. Okay, like this. Now save. As I told you before, to be able to work easily, we deleted some parts and it's here in another file. Then here in Windows, here we have an item which is level. When we select it, we face with this window. Here we can manage the levels. In this section, source control, and this one, add existing or create new. Okay, here we want to have what is here, so add existing. Then it will be added here, and whenever you want, you can turn it off and turn it on again. Like this, really easy. In this way, we can control the levels. And right here, let me have show frame per second. I turn this off. Look at here. It's 17, the FPS. Now let me have it again. As you can see, like this. But when we have more objects, there will be a big change in this frame per second. As instance, in landscape, with many trees and objects, with a vast area, with cars and other objects, which all of them are really heavy. So this can be really helpful to manage them. Another thing which you need to know here is that in your projects, when you are working, you might use this technique a lot. You have a main and many sub-levels. And here in this view or this viewport level, you want to know that which one are level, main level, and which one are not. Here, show, and then advanced. Here, level coloration. When you select it, the one which is level will be in a different color. In this way, you can know that which one is the main level. Here again, advance, and turn it off. Level coloration, like this. Okay, after that, here in this section, I close this. And if nothing is selected here, in each of these levels in this section, you can have some more settings according to your desires. You can use them. Right now, we have nothing to do with them. We will talk about them in next topics. That was level and save. Okay, next topic is about assets in Unreal software. In this software, whatever which you can see in Unreal can be an asset, what you have here. If I want to tell you really simple, they're like some blocks or like Legos. Like this, Lego. Each of these blocks can be assembled to create what you are looking for. Each of these blocks are an asset. And there are different modes about these assets, like static meshes, different participles, like materials or textures, and others. Okay, there are two groups in assets. One of them is the assets which you move them to Unreal, like 3D models, which you import from different softwares like 3D Max, Revit. And another type of them are the assets which they exist here in Unreal, like Blueprint, or some modeling tools which they are here in Unreal. Here at this section, as you can see them, and you can use them. For this, it's better to create a new folder here in content. And as you can see here in this project, there's a new folder which is mesh, and all of the models are here in this folder mesh. But here I open another file, it's empty, like this. When you open this file, I delete these, delete this one, which is migrated from other file, delete first. I delete them like this. Then here, right click and new folder. We can name it, for example, static mesh _ meshes. like this. Again, another folder. Here, for example, if you want to have material, M underscore materials. Again, another folder here, T underscore textures. So we should try to have folders like this. Okay, now here in static mesh, then here import. I can import a file with one of these formats here, or add, and then here import to or game and others like this. Or I can have a right click here and import. There is no any difference between these three techniques. Which one you like, it can be possible. For example, I open 3D Max, then here open like this, and I open number 36, for example. Okay. Yes. And I browse about textures here. I should identify textures here according to that path. Add, use path, OK, and continue. P, Control F, Shift F, like this. Okay, this model, for example, you should know that here importing different files to Unreal has some special process and principles. And here we just want to have a simple example, then we will talk about it later. First of all, you need to be careful that the unit of Unreal is centimeter. 1 unit in Unreal means 1 centimeter. So all the models should be in centimeter. For example, when I have a cylinder here, like this, let's check its dimensions. This and height. Okay, 34 in 75. It's almost standard. I mean, it's scale. Okay, select, right click and move, and it's in 0, 0, 0, so it's okay. Okay, here, export, we can have different formats. Here we have FBX, ABC, but for now, here I want to use Data Smith. Here. And you need to download it and you need to install it. Search in Google about Data Smith, like this. Data Smith plugin 3D Max 2023, or according to your version. Then a link here and Unreal. Data Smith Exporter plugin. Click. Here you can have the plugins of different softwares. Here 3D Max from 2016 till 2023. Download and install. And here SketchUp. Always should be careful about the versions of SketchUp. Navisworks, Revit, and here Rhino, Archicad, SolidWorks, From Z. All of them are here like this. So you can have different plugins for different softwares here. You can download and install them. Here I select Data Smith, then here one. I create a folder here, then I name it static mesh underscore, for example, model. Then in this folder, name and save. Here we can choose the selected or the visibles. I choose visibles, current frame only or action time. I choose current. Okay. And I close this, then here. Okay, here in Unreal, which folder which you need, for example, mesh, here import and the exported file like this, static mesh. Here you can import this file. Be careful because this file is Data Smith, so it should be imported with this part, this section. I will talk about it later deeply. I just want to do it right now. So here FBX, export selected, Then I change it to FBX, back, a new folder, static mesh, underscore FBX. In this folder, I add a S. It can be like this or something else. Save. Okay, here in geometry, here smooth group should be selected and also turbo smooth and these items, but others are not necessary. And okay. Back in Unreal. Here at this section, import FBX. Choose your format and open. Then you face with this window, and I will talk about this later deeply because it has many tips and techniques. But for now, here I click on import all to import all of the assets to this section. And as you can see, all of the materials and textures and all the models will be imported here. So this is a technique to import the files here. Now I select all and delete. Next technique is click and drag. Right here in this folder which we just export, we can have a click and we can drag it to Unreal. And again this window and import all. And here are the models. And from now on, you can use them in your project like this. Here in detail, select these items and reset to have them exactly like 3D Max file. Like this. The reason that the material is not correct here is that the material was V-Ray and here it should be converted. It should be converted to standard. But we can use DataSmith to solve this problem. For example, I delete these items and here at this part, I use DataSmith. I'll talk about it later, but for now, I just want you to see how it's working. Model, DataSmith, open, mesh folder, okay. Geometry, material, light, camera, animation. Here just geometry and material. And these settings about resolution, they're okay. Import. It will be imported here like this. And as you can see, inside of it, the materials will be created and also the textures. Normally, we select these items and move them to some special folders which we categorized. And here we can have move, copy and advanced copy. Here I select move and it will be moved like this. Now I can delete this folder. Now next one, select the materials. We have a master here. Others are instanced to this. And here like this, I drag these items to material. Move like this. We need to wait for this process. And now you have material here and the models are here exactly the same as before. See? Now I decrease the speed of camera to be able to move better. So importing can be possible with click and drag and also import tool. Next technique is copying this folder to the created folder. It will be okay. For example, this FBX file which we have it here, copy and here a new folder in the mesh model. Here this one should be deleted. I create a folder here, FBX. All the folders and files which you create will be added to the path which you create there. I mean, when I copy this FBX file, then here in this path, start, right here, content, here in this folder, static mesh, model, fpx. I pasted here. It will be imported here automatically, here in this folder. See, when you click on import, they will be added here. Like this. We have different techniques to import some assets from another software to Unreal. We will talk about all of them. Sections which are related to assets. What we have right here is the asset which we can import it here, such a 3D model or as a texture, for example. If you want to have texture here in Unreal, you need to import the textures here as instance. Here at this section, I want to create a material. I need to add the new texture here in textures folder, and to doing this, you can have a right click here and again import. Then you can have your texture here. For example, I select a picture here, this one for example, copy and paste it here to have a different name, A1. I select it and then open. The texture will be imported here. When you see this star in some items, it shows that it's not saved yet. Here you can have save all to save them. So whatever you need here in Unreal, first you need to import it, if it's possible to be imported. So these are some assets which can be imported. Right click here. From here, basic asset, till here, these are the assets of the Unreal. For example, when you want to have blueprint, or when you want to create levels or material, or for example Niagara system, which is really professional in version 5, and other items here. All of these items are the assets of Unreal as defaults. So when we want to import some assets, it can be possible here, and others which are in Unreal are here. And here we have Quixel. I mean, you can download some assets. It was possible in version 4, but in previous version, you had to install the plugin. But here in version 5, it's a part of Unreal. Here it is, Quixel Bridge, selected. This is an asset, but it's related to Unreal and Epic Game Company. So the download will be directly, and it will be categorized. Here at the top, it will create a folder here, Megascan, and they will be there as instance. Here, first of all, you need to sign in. Then here at this part, for example, surface, a material, for example, which you are looking for, or geometry in 3D plans, or here, crop. Which one you like, you can select. If you think you're gonna use it a lot, you can add it to your favorites. Then you can have this item in your favorite list here. When I click, you can see my favorite objects here. I can select it again. And then here you can consider a quality. Here I'm gonna select high set quality. And here we have a setting. I click. Here you can control the parameters and elements and other things. But some of them has this possibility of Ninite. I talk about them later, but I just want you to know that this is possible just for some of them. As you can see, some of them doesn't have it like this one. Here I select high set. Then I click on this icon here, download. You need internet connection, and you need to wait for it to be downloaded. When it's done, you can click on add here, and it will import it automatically to the project. And this downloads here will be saved in your My Documents path, and you can go in that path and move it to other path. In this way, you can import it to other projects and use it, and you'll not have to download it again. Here, my document in your system. Here it is, Megascan, right here. Megascan library, download, and asset, Unreal asset. After download, they will be here. Now we need to wait for it. Okay, as you can see, the file is downloaded here in this folder. I close this. When it's downloaded, here you can click on this icon, add, then this file will be added to your project and you can use it. We need to wait for this file to be imported to the project which we have here in Content Browser. It will create a folder, Megascan, and it will be imported there. Now it's saving the information there. And it's here like this, Megascan. It will create some folders here in this folder. Here they are. And from now on, you can use them in your projects. Like this. Again here. And for example, this one. Like this. So here, bridge, you can use these assets in your Unreal. But there are some tips and techniques which you need to know about them to be able to import assets to Unreal. We're gonna talk about importing and controlling the files in Unreal. And the part of it will be about DataSmith plugin. We will talk about it too. But now our focus is on FBX, which we're gonna have from 3D Max. I will tell you the reason that why we need to use FBX, and I will tell you that how you can import different things from different softwares to Unreal. Okay, now I open 3D Max. Wait. Okay, when it's open, as I told you before, the unit of Unreal is centimeter, and unit in Unreal is equal to 1 centimeter. When you are working with different softwares, and they can have different units like millimeter, centimeter, millimeter, and inch, when you enter that file to Unreal, Unreal will convert that unit automatically. But it can be better if you control your unit with centimeter before entering that file to Unreal, because the exports from Unreal will be in centimeter. For this, here in Customize, Unit Setup, Display Unit Scale, put it in centimeter, the System Unit Setup, centimeter 2. Okay, do this. After this, we have controlling the pivot. This is really important. I made a file related to 3D Max. I open it. For example, this file, which we choose. Let me see, do we have anything else? For example, this one. Open. Then save as archive to keep this file safe. Here, a new folder, 2_B or max. Save. Now I reset it. Then I open this file which we saved as an archive. In this way we can have a backup to be able to keep the file safe. Try to do this always. Like this. Okay. Here, customize. I need to be sure that the unit of this file is in centimeter. Then, if this file is grouped, I need to ungroup it. And I select one of them. As you can see, the gizmo is at the center. And it doesn't matter that where is your model. When you export something in Unreal, the gizmo will be located according to coordinates point 0, 0, 0. And the location of the model in preview software doesn't have any effect on its location in Unreal. It will be according to coordinates point 0, 0, 0. The model is here, but the coordination is according to point 0, 0, 0. Here, this model is in its defaults. Before exporting, we need to control the unit, as I told you before. And as I said, it should be in centimeter. But this model which is here, is it standard? Its units are correct and standard or not? We have some different technique to check this. One of them is that we can draw a box or a cylinder here over this model. Then I can check its dimensions. It should be high as this, for example, which here, its radius is 17 centimeters, for example, and its height is 66, and it makes sense, so I delete it. Another technique is here, utility, then this item here, measure. When you click, whatever you select here, you can see its dimensions along X, Y, and Z here in this section, which here X and Y are 33, but in Z it's 62 centimeters, so it's acceptable. Okay. I select the subject, then here File, Export, Export Selected, because I just want to export the item which I selected. Then here I choose the path, back, then folder 2, a new folder, FBX. I add a name, pivot, 1_pivot. Save. Here in this window, in the main setting, its name is Autodesk Media. In this section, I select smoothing group, and this one, and this one. Okay. The materials here are V-Ray materials or V-Ray plugin material, and later I will talk more about this important topic, but remember this, when you want to export in the format of FBX, only standard formats will be acceptable, standard materials. But I ignore it because this topic is for later. Again, in Unreal, here at this section, here right click, a new folder, I name it Maps. Then I drag these two files to Maps, Move, yes, here again, select all of them, right click, then here fix up redirectors to solve any problem. Here right click or duplicate this map, right click and duplicate, or Ctrl D. I name it Import Level. I open it and then Save Selected. I delete these items which I create them here. I don't need them. Delete. Then here I delete these static meshes. From here till here, delete. Yes, all. Okay, like this. Now this one, delete. Okay, save. Now here at this section, we have mesh here, this one, and a new folder here, and I name it import pivot because I want to add it just here. I need a new folder. Right click here and import. Then we import this file. Select it, open. For now, you should know that these items should not be selected. Ignore other parts. I will talk about other parts. Then here, import all. The material will be right here, but without any special texture. And I click and drag this one in the scene. When you select move, rotate, or scale, no difference. This gizmo which is here is according to this point. I mean here in top view, which we can see it better. And then here in perspective, I press G to hide this. I select this here, and then here in details, or here windows, details, I open this window to be able to work easily. Look at here, the location, 130, minus 40, and 20. When I have 0, 0, 0 here, or when I reset it with this click, this gizmo will be at 0, 0, 0, and this item, which was above the surface, will be sticked on the surface. See? And here is the gizmo, 0, 0, 0. Because of this, it's really important that coordinates are according to 0, 0, 0 or not. Now I select this and here attach with this one. They will be an item, single object, okay? Then here, affect pivot only, then right click on gizmo and 0. Only Z, not X or Y. Only Z should be 0. And now all of them 0. Control Z, because here we have some other parts. Here I can attach with these items right here. Okay, then here again. This one is okay. Here 0, 0, 0. See? Now again, export selected. Now this object is attached. I want to export it as a single object. I name it to pivot. Save. Okay. Okay. Then here in Unreal, right click, import. Then this new model can be imported. Again, import all. Now here are all of them, and this one is 2. Okay. Now save all to save all of them. When I save it, I drag it to the scene like this. Now as you can see, the gizmo is exactly under this subject, and when I enter 0, 0, 0 here, it will be like this. Okay, now it's inside of it. Here again, in the view, right here. Here is okay. Here in Unreal again, select the floor, move down the floor, it will be okay. Okay. I select this. Let me close this to make the scene bigger. Here at this section, F11 or click here to maximize it. Here we can move this subject easily, but this one, as you can see, its gizmo is here. It will be moved according to this. And in the projects, this is really hard. Here in top viewport, you can see it better. As you can see, I can select this one and I can move it easily. But this one is according to this gizmo, and it's hard. Now, here in perspective view, turn off F11. And as you can see, we can control them like this. Sometimes you have a structure like this. And for example, you import it to Unreal and you face with this and you want to edit it. I mean, you want to add the top part, you want to attach the bottom details, and you want to manage and control its gizmo. Okay. Again, in 3D Max, and here you can have the edits. After doing these edits, Here in this section, export selected. And you need to select this subject which has problems. Save, yes. Okay. Then in Unreal, where we have that asset, in static mesh, pivot, which one? It was number 1. Right click on it, and here we have an item which is reimport. If you have that model here, with clicking on this reimport, that model or subject will be updated like this. Reset to FPX. Really easy. As you can see, the model is edited like this. 1 pivot and 2 pivot. Both of them are here. 2 pivot was okay, and we just edited 1 pivot. Sometimes you want to have a change. Here, for example, vertex, I select this top section, then with move, a copy of this, select it, keep shift, and drag it. After copy, select its vertices, then move it a little like this. Here, for example, I put this on 0, 0, 0. Now the new one, export. Export selected, and I name it 3. Change. Save. Okay. What we have here is not correct. We need to replace it with another model. For this, we can have a right click here, and here this item, reimport with new file. Select the new file here and open. And in this way it will be replaced. The previous file is deleted, and now we have this here. But the name is still like this, without any change. Now here, I want to have a bigger and heavier file. Here, open a backup of this file. Number 10, for example. Open. Yes. Okay. The file will be open here like this. Shift and F to remove the frames. I'm in camera view. Press P to get out of it. Then Z, zoom out. As I said several times, remember to have a backup of your file. Now here, I change this to face. Here, shaded. Standard. Okay, like this. Normally, we need to delete extra objects. We need to organize it. For example, I delete this one and this, and these objects which are in some bounding boxes, I delete them because we don't want to use them in Unreal. We just need to have some assets and objects which can be used in Unreal. Here this light cannot be used in Unreal. So here, light, with a click and drag, only lights can be selected. Then I delete them. Again here, camera, click and drag and delete all the cameras. Here again, shape. Here we don't have anything like 2D objects. Check them. Helpers, we don't have. But geometry, we have it. I put it in all again. Here for this plans, select similar, delete, and also this one, like this. Here we have some furnitures. Here in display, then here display as box should be unselected for now to be able to see them completely. Here display as box. Here Here again, I select one of them, then right click, select similar. Do we have it or not? Okay, remove it. Again, select similar and remove it. Then here, select similar. Okay. And we have some furnitures in the building. I will tell you why I'm doing this. Here, right click, height selected. I remove the bounding boxes. And here, select similar. These are plans. We can delete them. The plans are not usable for us. And here. Here is okay. Zoom out and check other parts. For now, you can consider this. Right click, unhide all. And let's take a look. Top view part. Okay. After this, as I told you before, here we need to check the unit, which here unit is really important to us. It should be correct. For this, the easiest way is here. Customize menu. You need to be sure that unit is in centimeter, which it's not right now. It's on meters. I change it. And system, which is in centimeter. Okay. I select this wall and utility and measure. The Z is 265 centimeters. So the scale is almost okay. Again, to be sure about it, here I draw a box like this. Here. Then right click on move. I need to be sure that it's on 0. Now look at here, we have a problem here. This one, F, is front viewport. This one is P, perspective. And this one is right view. R, right viewport. Set. This one and also this one and this one. Okay. Have the grids. The problem is this, that here the model is below this section. So I select all of them. First of all, group it and have a name. Then here, affect pivot only. Then align, send to object, and this one. Here again, we want to move it. Okay. With Ctrl Z, you might destroy everything here. Here I click on this to move it down. Again, in this view. Here I move it like this and put it here. Or here, which is the base. It's the ground. I put it here, for example, which is exactly this line here. And turn this off. And here, all of them 0. Now it's okay. So I put it at 0, 0, 0, and then again ungroup it. This is the first step. After that, we need to organize it. Here, 0 for this in the Z, and its height, look at here, 191. Here, the height is near to 250 centimeters. So it makes sense, and I can be sure that the scale and the size is okay here. Okay, as I said, we need to organize this file. Here, Tools. Here we have an item, which is Layer Explorer. Like this. Usually, We don't need to have our file, export it in Unreal, because we don't have this possibility to control it easily. It's not possible to manage that file. It can be really heavy and it can cause some problems. So we prefer to control the model in 3D Max or any other software which we are working in it. For example, here, this is for landscape. So here you can create a new layer. Here, create new layer. Or here, create new layer. Just with a click. And I can name it static mesh underscore landscape. Like this. Then we can select that items which we want to have them in this layer. They're here. Here, right click, or another way. Here, I select these two. It's set, so I click here. And it's set, and because of this, they will be in that layer. And I turn them off. Okay, after that, another layer, and I name it static mesh underscore furniture, like this. Enter. Then let me have this. Here I change it to standard and default. Okay, I select all the furnitures to have them in this layer. Here again, you need to be careful about selecting this sofa and furnitures. It's not a single part. You need to consider all of these parts as a single object. So here, edit poly, I select this, then attach, and this one, okay, attach, okay. Now, this is a single object. There are two of this sofa, so we can delete one of them. It's not necessary to have both of them, but here we have more items, so here I select this and right click, hide selected, I select it, then I take a look, I move it, yeah, here it is. Again, attach, I need to select that part. It's better to be in wireframe. Then I hide this section. I change them to wireframe for now. Here. Like this. Here it is. This one. Okay. Again, F3. Now I check the others like this. Okay. I select these two. Furniture is set. So I add them to furniture. And then I hide them. Then interior. Here I hide this. All of these items. Then I move them to be sure about them. And then I add them. They will be in this layer and they will be hidden. We have another one here. Select and edit. And here again. Okay, I select them and add them to furniture's layer for now, because later I need to control them. I need to attach them like this. And this is the furniture's layer. Okay, after that, I hide all of these layers except of furniture layer. I keep them here. Be careful. In your projects, the furnitures can be really heavy. First of all, you need to optimize them. I will talk about optimizing, especially for the subjects which many meshes. For example, here you can click on this item. Let me be here again. Right here. I select, then here, selected, and also this item, apply and OK. In this way, when we select an item, we can see the number of vertices and polys. See? And there are too many. As instance, here in this Unreal file, we have many tables. Chairs, table. We should not have all of them in Unreal. We just need to have one of them. Then we can duplicate them in Unreal to have more items. For example, I select this one. Then with Control and drag, I can have a copy of it. Then I can use it somewhere else. So in this way, we just need to have one of those items. And here, to do this, it's better to have the gizmo in 0, 0, 0, exactly like what we have here. Gizmo should be here, but it's better to be at 0. So here we can optimize it. I select this. Then in 4 views, here in this section, pivot, effect object only. Then here I select align and I click on this. Here, I just want to have Z. I don't need Y and X. Then here, minimum. And here we can have center and apply. Okay. Turn it off. And right click on move 0, 0, 0. Here. After that, I select next one. Again here. This section, align, click on this object, and here we need to control these items according to the position and according to that subject. Here we need to have Z, only Z matters to us, minimum, apply, and OK. I select rotate, like this, OK. Here, this one 0, here 0, or 180 because the directions are changed 90. Then here Control Z. I just need to be sure that the base is at the below. Then right click on move and put 0, 0, 0. Here affect pivot only. Okay. Here send to object, then Z to have it exactly at the center of that object. And also this one, 0, to move it down, and I select rotate, and I try to have 0, 0, 0 for rotate as well. But here it's not 0, Control Z to correct it, cancel, and like this. Again here, which here is 0, 0, 0. Next one, which is this one, Z. Here, effect object only, align on this object, Z, apply, OK. Then turn this off, right click on move, 0, 0, 0. Here, Z. Again, select this. This time, the position is OK. I just need to select rotate 0. What else? Here and here. I select one of them. Affect object only. Again, align. Guys, this is really important. Be careful about it. Turn this off. 0, 0, 0. All of them are on each other. Here, rotate, Control Z, cancel. Here, I rotate it. Here, Control Z to control its direction. But its direction is not really important. -90, for example. It's not important, but we can control it. Again, here we have another one. Zoom, affect object only, align, click, OK. Let me cancel it for a second. Here, this item, center, and here local. Let's see which one is possible to be set here. Okay, after that, align, click to have it here, and Z, and apply. Okay, turn this off. Here, move, like this. This should be on the floor. So, again, affect object only. Here, align. Which subject? Here it is. Z. Like this. Minimum. Okay. Here, affect object only, then send to pivot. After that, align, select the subject, this one minimum, pivot point, and here Z. Apply OK. Now turn this off. Here we have 0, 0, 0, and rotate. We can control to have the desired angle. Here Alt W to zoom. Turn off the snap. For example, this one. And then the last one. Again, here, object, align, click on the subject. Here again, Z. This one should be below. Okay. Apply and OK. Turn it off. Right click on move. 0, 0, 0. Select rotate to rotate it and have it at desired position. Okay. After these, it's necessary to have all of them at 0, 0, 0 because this can be really helpful in Unreal software. Okay. Unhide all of the items like this, and this is the reason which we should have layers here. Organizing the project is one of the most important parts of your job, which you need to be careful about it. Okay, after that, I hide all of these layers except of furniture layer. I keep them here. Be careful. In your projects, the furnitures can be really heavy. First of all, you need to optimize them. I will talk about optimizing, especially for the subjects, which many meshes. For example, here, you can click on this item. Let me be here again. Right here. I select, then here, select it, and also this item, apply and OK. In this way, when we select an item, we can see the number of vertices and polys. See? And there are too many. As instance, here in this Unreal file, we have many tables. Chairs, table. We should not have all of them in Unreal. We just need to have one of them. Then we can duplicate them in Unreal to have more items. For example, I select this one. Then with Control and drag, I can have a copy of it. Then I can use it somewhere else. So in this way, we just need to have one of those items. And here, to do this, it's better to have the gizmo in 0, 0, 0, exactly like what we have here. Gizmo should be here, but it's better to be at 0. So here we can optimize it. I select this, then in 4 views, here in this section, pivot, effect object only, then here I select align and I click on this. Here, I just want to have Z. I don't need Y and X. Then here, minimum. And here we can have center and apply. Okay. Turn it off. And right click on move 0, 0, 0. Here. After that, I select next one. Again here. This section, align, click on this object, and here we need to control these items according to the position and according to that subject. Here we need to have Z, only Z matters to us, minimum, apply, and OK. I select rotate, like this, OK. Here, this one 0, here 0, or 180 because the directions are changed 90. Then here Control Z. I just need to be sure that the base is at the below. Then right click on move and put 0, 0, 0. Here affect pivot only. Okay. Here send to object, then Z to have it exactly at the center of that object. Also this one, 0, to move it down, and I select rotate, and I try to have 0, 0, 0 for rotate as well. But here it's not 0, Control Z to correct it, cancel, and like this. Again here, which here is 0, 0, 0. Next one, which is this one, Z. Here effect object only, align on this object, Z, apply, okay. Then turn this off, right click on move, 0, 0, 0, here, Z, again, select this. This time, the position is okay. I just need to select rotate, 0. What else? Here and here. I select one of them, affect object only, again, align. Guys, this is really important. Be careful about it. Turn this off, 0, 0, 0. All of them are on each other. Here, rotate, Control Z, cancel. Here, I rotate it. Here, Control Z to control its direction. But its direction is not really important. Minus 90, for example. It's not important, but we can control it. Again, here we have another one. Zoom, affect object only, align, click, OK. Let me cancel it for a second. Here, this item, center, and here local. Let's see which one is possible to be set here. Okay, after that, align, click to have it here, and Z, and apply, okay, turn this off, here, move, like this. This should be on the floor, so again, affect object only. Here, align, Which subject? Here it is. Z. Like this. Minimum. Okay. Here, affect object only, then send to pivot. After that, align, select the subject, this one minimum, pivot point, and here Z. Apply OK. Now turn this off. Here we have 0, 0, 0, and rotate. We can control to have the desired angle. Here Alt W to zoom. Turn off the snap. For example, this one. And then the last one. Again, here, object, align, click on the subject. Here again, Z. This one should be below. Okay. Apply and OK. Turn it off. Right click on move. 0, 0, 0. Select rotate to rotate it and have it at desired position. Okay. After these, it's necessary to have all of them at 0, 0, 0 because this can be really helpful in Unreal software. Okay. Unhide all of the items like this, and this is the reason which we should have layers here. Organizing the project is one of the most important parts of your job, which you need to be careful about it. Okay, now we need to control the materials which are added to this model. But here we need to know something, that Unreal software supports standard material. Only standard material can be supported by Unreal software. Mentoray, Corona, or V-Ray, or other rendering machines which you install in 3D Max or you use them cannot be supported by Unreal. Here, when you have other materials, then when you export it and to Unreal, it's not able to consider that material for Unreal. And we did it before and you saw it doesn't support. You need to have standard material. Because of this, here, first of all, in this section, render setup, I change this render to scanline render. Then material window, and here in this window, we select one of these objects to check it here. It should be maximized. Like this. Here, this item, pick material from object, click, and click here. As you can see here, this material which is accepted here is a V-Ray material. See, like this. As I said before, it cannot be supported in Unreal. There are some Max scripts which they can change these materials automatically, which we have it here in this folder. And for sure, you should be able to use it. You should know something to be able to use it. And it's not really hard. Just drag it in 3D Max, then you can use it. I close it. Here we have this material converter, and this is a PDF file as a guide. Let me open it for you. Here we have a matrix. Here we have from to scanline to scanline. It's not possible here, but from scanline to mental rail can be possible. V-Ray, yes. Final render, no. Maxwell is possible. From mental rail to scanline, no. But V-Ray, yes. Here from V-Ray to scanline, yes, it's possible. This is what we're looking for. We want to convert from V-Ray to scanline. So I drag this to 3D Max. Then I face with this window. Here convert, select it. Here scanline. This section. Then when you click on convert, everything will be automatically. They will be converted. But we don't want to use this because in this way, some textures will be saved which we don't need them. For example, guys, when you want to work with Unreal, you need to consider some small and important tips. As instance, here in 3D Max, we have some maps. These maps are specialized for Autodesk, like color map or fallout. We use them a lot for many materials. This map is a special map, which when you want to convert it with that script, it will save these as diffuses or bumps, but Unreal doesn't support this. You just can consider the image only in bump and diffuse. So the best choice here is to do this manually, because only in this way you can be sure that all of the materials are converted correctly. To do this, you can have all of these tools one by one. You can have right click and convert it to scan line, here standard, like this. And I delete this section, delete, to have an empty place, create new view. In the 3D Max render menu, here we have an item which is Material Explorer. Select it, then you face with this window, which you can see all of the materials here. And according to these materials here, let me maximize it. Like this, we can select from here one by one. Here you can see it's related to V-Ray, it's standard, and these kind of things. And here you can see all of the subsets. You can see which textures are used. I drag it to here. You need to have it in instance to have all change to this. This is a raw material. I copy its color. Right click. Change it to standard. As you can see here, it's standard. Double click and that color which you just copied, you can paste it here. Again, next one. Drag it here. Instance. Select. Copy the color. Right click. Change to standard. Okay, so you need to change all of the materials manually like this. Here you can paste it. Next one. Click and drag. Yes, you can see the textures here. See bitmap. Okay, here right click, change to a standard. Okay, the only sections which we can save are diffuse and bump. Here, bump. Others cannot be usable. Now here, when I have a double click, as you can see, this map is related to 3D Max and it won't be supported. We need to delete it and we just need this texture. We just can use this bitmap. This one, bump. Others are not usable, so we delete them. Like this. So we need to convert all of them like this, in this way. I want to say it again that you're able to use that scripts, but you should know that scripts have some problems which can cause some difficulties in your work. Because when you do it automatically and you don't know about the effects, it's better to do it manually to be able to control everything according to the standards which you desire. It's a little time consuming, but the result will be valuable. Here, as you can see, we have fallout and it's not usable. So we try to remove them. Delete, and also here. Next one, drag it, instance. I close that window to be able to work easily. Right click here, change to standard, here diffuse, and this one bump, delete this one, and also this one. Here let me tell you something. I will talk about it deeply in DataSmith, but here you should know that when you are using DataSmith, all of the materials and lights of the V-Ray will be converted to. Copy, change to a standard, double click, like this. As you can see, some of the materials doesn't have diffuse, neither bump, just like here, reflect. They're really easy to convert. You just need to copy the color and you can change it and you can paste the color. That's it. And I delete this. All of them are converted here like this. I need to be sure that all of them are converted. Some of them as IDs, they're multi-sub-objects. We need to talk about material IDs later because you should know that. How is this? I close this and this one. Now look at here. All of the materials are converted to standard and we can use them. Okay, after standardization, the materials, here again I open Explorer, layers, and I hide all of these and glass like this. Floor, exterior walls, and others. Here we have something really important. In Unreal software, you don't have much possibility to control UVW maps, but they did something, especially in version 5 for this section. Here modeling, and in map, here in UV you can have some edits in some parts. Here, UV. You can use this UV for the objects which you want. You can make them different and the quality will be more. But your model should be standard. Now look at here. The problem is about modeling here. And because of that, you are seeing the UV like this here. I make it bigger a little to be able to see the structure here. Which one you want, you can control it here. But working in this section might be a little difficult to be able to use these tools here and do this. Because of this, here I put it in select. Because of this, it's better to control them in 3D Max. Here I used Ctrl Z. Then here in 3D Max. Here in 3D Max, you can select which of these objects that you want. Then here in modify section, UVW map, select it. Put it in box. Its dimensions 100, 100, and 100 centimeters. A standard dimension. Always try to have 100%, because it's standard. You can have another, for example, 200, 200, and 200. Or 300 or 400. Try to choose a dimension to be able to work easier in centimeter units, and try to have UVW map for all of the objects and 100, 100, and 100. Here I tell you again, maybe you want to have it with click and drag like this. Don't do this. Why? Because the UV will be changed, as you can see. Try to select it correctly and use it to have it on that subject. Like this. For each one, after doing that, I suggest you to hide it. Now I unhide all of them, like this. And after having UVW map, hide them. For example, right click and hide selection. Here I select UVW map, box, 100, 100, 100, right click, hide selection. Next one, here again, UVW map, select the box, 100, 100, 100, right click and hide selection. Next one, here UVW map. Guys, these kind of things can increase the quality of your project, and the difference will be obvious at the end. And it's really worth it to spend this time for them. And at the end, you will enjoy it. Okay, hide selection. Here, UVW map, box, 100, 100, 100. Height selection. Here, UVW map, box, 100, 100, 100. Right click. Next one. This item. Box, 100, 100, 100. Right click, height selection. Here again, UVW map, box, 100, 100, 100. Right click and height. Again here, UVW map, like this, and height. Here, try to have it first for the items which are bigger, then you can have smaller items. Right click, height. Again here. Height selection. Here. Box. 100, 100, 100. And height selection. Next one. We need to do this for all of them. Here, let me tell you something, which I will talk about it deeply in animation, but when you have some doors or windows in Unreal, which maybe you wanna animate them, it's better to separate them and have them in another layer, like furnitures, to be able to control their pivots there, to have animation. Except of this, it will be really hard, as I told you before. Here UV. Right click, height selection. Okay, UV, 100, 100, 100. Height. I did it till here, but some of the subjects like these lights, they have two different parts, like this. We need to attach them to have them as a single object. Here it's selected, so I can have attach with the lower part, match material IDs, and right click. Okay, then UVW map, box, and 100, 100, 100. Right click, height. Here as well. Okay, first I select it, then here, set it on itself to have the gizmo on itself when we select it. Okay, two parts. Select one of them, edit poly, cancel, Ctrl Z, select it again, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, here in this section, turn off the poly, select, here attach, to this one, right click, again, here in this section, effect, center. Okay, move it, it's okay. Next one, here, attach, to this, select it, attach to this, select, attach to this. We have another one here. Attach to this. Okay, I can select them. And here. Okay. Here. Ctrl Z. I select this one, and here UVW map, P, in this list, UVW map. The dimension of the subject is not important at all. For example, having this box in 100 centimeter or 100%. This 100% is a modular unit for us to be able to have textures and materials in Unreal according to this 100% to have a clear and correct texture for the subject. Here UVW map, box, 100, 100, 100. And also this one. Okay, after that, I hide furniture's layer and I unhide other layers. No, I select all of them and here affect pivot only and send to object and turn it off. Now we can be sure about it. Then select all of them again and I convert them to editable poly. Like this. Ctrl S and save it. Okay, now it's time to optimize the model. Each extra element should be deleted. If you have any extra mesh in your model, you can decrease the number of meshes. For example, I copy this sofa like this. As you can see here, the number of polys and vertices are too many. Okay, there might be some parts of this sofa which are not visible in our project. For example, the bottom of this sofa. Here you can select some parts like this, then delete them. Now as you can see, I delete and you can see that the number of vertices and polys will be less. And this is a useful technique. Here I use F3 and here we have some tools. We can find that in this list. Pro Optimizer. Here it is. Click on calculate. It's counting now. And here we can have, for example, 50%. See, I activate this. And here 20. It's too less. Or 10. You can continue using this technique till facing with some black spots on your model. Then you need to stop it. See? 35. 40. 50. Usually it can be between 30 and 50. If it's possible to have more, it's really good. But it might be too much. Now look at here. Here we have 5,000 vertices. When I turn it off, it's 11,000. It's too much. Okay. After this, we can convert it to poly again. Like this. We decreased the number of vertices. I delete it for now. And optimizing the model is another important thing which you need to consider it in your project. I need to tell you again, it's not really important in some small projects, but when you have a big project, for example, an apartment, you're working on it. You're working on interior parts, exterior parts. You're working on it completely. You need to optimize the model as much as it's possible. And you just need to have the main parts and elements with most possible quality. Some parts and elements which are away from the main model or some extra details which are not necessary to be visible, you can decrease their quality to optimize the project. Now, save it for now. Then FBX exporting. I need to tell you about exporting in 3D Max. I copy this item for now, turn them off and start working one by one. First, this one. This one which is selected. click on select to have all the parts of this layer selected. Then here in this section, export, selected. Here in this folder, here temp, to, FBX, back. I create a new folder, then I name it export, model. Then here, create more folders. In this folder, FBX and save. Then you face with this window. Here is define, here geometry, select smoothing group here, turbo smooth, here convert deforming, and also this one. Other parts that are important. Here in this section, advanced, be sure that the unit is in centimeter. Then OK. As you can see, there is no any problem and it will be exported. Now I select this, its name here, rename. Here I select it, rename. I copy its name. We can have a double click to select, or here in this section. Export again, export selected. Control V, save, OK. If you face with any warning during exporting, try to find the reason of that warning. We need to solve the problem of the warnings. Export selected, Control V, save. Next one, glass, copy, select, export, selected. OK, off, show this one. Like this, export, selected. This one. Export selected. We are repeating this process and you have to repeat it for all projects which you want to have this in it, and same for the railings. Save. Okay, after exporting, now there is no any problem in this project without any warning, and the model is exported correctly and completely. After that, now we can open the Unreal. I will talk about that template later. Now our topic is about managing the files. Rest of the topic in next video. When you open the Unreal, here in this section, Architecture, I select a blank, a new folder. Here, in 2 Max, another folder, and I name it Unreal Engine 5 underscore, for example, FBX. Import. Copy. Here in this folder, here select with the same name, and at the end create to create the project. Then when you open it, you can be here in this scene and here content. Here we can control and manage the model. We can create a folder here. Let me pin this here and right click here, rename. I name it static mesh underscore meshes. Another folder, material underscore materials. Another folder, T underscore textures. And then here in this folder, mesh, we're gonna import the files. We need to do this organized with some categories according to the exports. As you can see here, we have some names. So here I copy this name. Organizing the files in Unreal is really important. Folder. First of all, you need to create the folders. It's possible to do it later, but it's better to do this at the first step. This is controlling and managing the assets which you're gonna import them. Here, copy, paste. Like this. Light. And this one. After doing this, here in this section, the first one, right click, and here in this section, import in the path which we have the file. I select FBX as the format. We are here in this folder, exterior walls. I open it. During importing, you face with this window. Be careful, you need to remove this item, create misinclusion, here in advanced section. And again, be careful to remove this item. Generate light map UVs. And ignore the other items, they can be as default. Then import all. It will be imported. Okay, in this section, we don't have any problem. Okay, I close it. Close, close. Okay, they will be imported here. As you can see, it supports the standard materials and it's preparing the model here in this section. And as you can see, it's supporting the standard materials. Now the folders are ready for materials and textures. Here in this section, I select the materials and I drag them to material folder. This is managing and controlling the files in Unreal to have correct categories and organize the files. I need to wait for it. It can be time consuming according to the number of the materials. It can be done in 30 seconds or it can take some minutes. Okay, materials are ready. Now textures. I select them and I drag them to the textures folder. Then floors. Right click, import, select the floor and import. Have the same settings and import it. Close. Again here, textures are okay and it's processing. It's preparing the files. We need to wait for it. Now select the materials and drag them to the folder of the materials. During moving the materials, you might have some extra materials. You might have a material 2 times because they're exported from a file, the same file. For example, for the walls, you might have same material with the same name. Then you face with error like this 3 here. So close it and rename them. You might think that you need to delete them because you have the same of them here, but it's not correct. You have to rename them. Select F2 and rename them and then move them. So you have to rename them. After renaming, select them again and drag them in the folder of the materials. And then textures. You might have that problem in textures too. If you have it, you have to rename it. So here F2, I name this 1, next one F2 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Select them and drag them in the texture. Next folder. Furniture at last. Here glass. Import all. We need to import all the files like this with this structure. I move the texture. One of them is with the same name. Here we have till 5 or 6. So this one 7 and then I move it. And then these 2 in material. Now we have all the assets imported here like this and we organize the folders. And now I need to check them to have them here completely and correctly. Materials and also meshes and check all of them. There's no any problem to have the assets in here for example, but I prefer to organize them. Okay, and I delete this one. After that, now here, for example, I can have all the assets, or for example, this one here, F to zoom out, or zoom, same as the asset. Okay, when you have correct coordination, it will be exactly in the correct location. Now when I drag next one, here I reset it, it will be at its position. Then next one, reset. In this way, we need to continue. It's like we are assembling them, and you will have a perfect structure here, like this. Really easy. Okay, I select them like this and delete them. I can have all of them at the same time. Then I can drag them in the scene, and then here I control them like this. This folder which we made here, F2 to rename it, then copy the name, and here in this section, the outliner, which we need to have folders and organization here too. So these items which are selected here, right click and move to create folder. We don't have the folder, so here I create folder. Or you can create a folder before doing this, but this one is easy. Like this, have a name, and in this way you have all of them in this folder. It's really easy. You might have many items and objects, and you can control them easily. Next folder, floor, F2 to rename, copy, then select all of them and drag in the scene, reset. I select these items, floors, right click, move to create folder. Control V and paste them. Again, next one, for example, glass. Select them like this and drag them in the project. Reset and right click, again move to create and glass. Guys, Unreal is really user friendly and easy to work, and you can have many perfect projects here in Unreal. You just need to consider some important tips which I'm telling you. Like this, then lights, I select them here, reset all of them, right click and have a folder. This foldering and organizing can be really helpful in the project. I drag this one too, here reset, right click, move, here Control V and paste, like this. Okay, I close this and I can move in this scene easily. See? This is the project which I imported from 3D Max. Somewhere like here, which we consider it UVW map 100%, you can work on their materials really easy, like this. Okay, out of the scene and here. Okay, so far we learned how to import the files from 3D Max and how to control and manage them, and also how to organize them and import them. Okay, these furnitures which we imported here, we can have the sofa here in the scene, same as many other softwares. And to do this, here in mesh and furniture, I copy its name. Okay. For example, you have this and you can put it here. Because of the controlling the pivot, here you can see that having this item here is really easy. Or for example, I can have this one here. See? I press Alt and copy this. I rotate it, and Here I change this to 90 degrees to be able to rotate it like this. And again, I change it to 10 degrees and move. Or for example, here, I increase the camera speed. Here. And I can have these, how many I need, I can duplicate it. And in this way, it can be really helpful. These techniques and process, controlling and importing the files from the 3D Max and controlling them in 3D Max until importing them in Unreal, all of that process are professional and according to the principles. But in the new versions of the Unreal, here we have DataSmith in this section. One of the advantages of the DataSmith is that it supports the V-Ray. For example, I reset this file, yes, and then a ready file, I open it like this. Here in this section, for example, render folder, I open it. First, let's have a picture to see which one is suitable. For example, this one, 1401. Here in this folder, I open it. OK, and OK. First, you need to install the plugin of the DataSmith. So you need to search it in Google. DataSmith plugin 3D Max and version which you desired. Unreal website, DataSmith exporter. Here you can have different plugins for different softwares, 3D Max, these versions. Here SketchUp, here Revit, Navisworks. It's still 2022, and Rhino, ArchiCAD, and other softwares which we have them here. You can install the plugin for which one you want. I did it before, and it's really easy. You just need to download it and install it. After doing this, which here let me talk about it a little, which you want to use 3D Max here in this section. Here you can select the version, which I cancel it because I don't need older versions. Here again, cancel, back, okay. And here in this section, documentation. In this section, there are some descriptions about DataSmith for different files and softwares, overview, importing DataSmith content into Unreal. You can have different categories. Let me have this to check it. Here in this section, it's showing the structure, which how it imports the different structures, which all of them will be imported as DataSmith with an organized structure, and it will control it in the project automatically. The meshes will be categorized as the mesh, materials as the materials, and also textures as a texture. And lights, animations, which one you desire can be imported. Like this. Okay, I close this for now, or I minimize it. Here in this section, Shift and F to have the frame like this, P to perspective, and Z to zoom fit. C for camera. Okay, at first step, we need to control the unit. We have to have it in centimeter. Here, Shift and F. Here, T, top. And F3 Here, customize unit setup, centimeter, and this one should be centimeter too. Okay, and then we need to check it. For example, I select this one. The gizmo is here. Here, utility, measure. Z is 20 centimeters. Here, Z 98, 13, okay. Here, 29, okay, it's not okay. P and Z to zoom. It's measuring it here. So here, hide unselected. I press 8 to have this window, environment and effects. And here, this one is okay, and we don't have effect. Okay. Top viewport. I draw a box to check its dimensions. Modify. This one 28 centimeter, 70 and 26. And it's too small. It needs to be bigger 2.5 times. So I select it. I select all of them or Control A. First of all, I group them. And front viewport, F3, like this. Select. Press G to have grids. This section, affect pivot. Right click on move and 0, 0, 0 and deactivated. Scale. Right click on this and 250. Control Z, Alt and W, then Control Z, zoom. Here select this, ungroup. And again select this one. Here in this section. Okay. Now it's okay. One more time. I draw a box. The height. Okay, now it's really better. After that, here, okay. Now save the file. And here, file. Try to have a backup with save as. Okay, after save, here, export, and again export. Which items do we need? First, here, format, Unreal Data Smith. I select it. Now it's time to choose the path. For example, desktop. I create a folder. Its name can be test. Then I erase it. Now a name. For example, Data Smith. Export. Save. Then this window. Here, all the objects or the selected objects. Here I choose all of them. And again here, active time. It's animation. I choose current and OK. Then it will start exporting of all the project. OK. And here is a report of this export. We can have copy here or close it. Then Unreal. Here, this folder, I create a folder and I name it maps. I just want to open a file. It's not necessary to do this, but I want to describe it and talk about it, so I have to do this. Okay, this part, and then I drag these two files to map. Move, yes, again in map, and duplicate this default here, and I name it data smith underscore level, for example. Then I open it. I delete everything in this file, I mean from here till here. Right click, this part, edit, delete all of them, then here till here, delete. Delete all files here. Save. Then here, import asset datasmith file. In that path which we save datasmith, as you can see here we have a folder and the file. I open this folder right here to show it to you. Here this one is its format, and this one is assets, which when you import this file, it will import all of the assets here one by one. See? Like this. These are textures. I select this and open. Where you want to save this? I create a new folder here and I name it datasmith. Import. Then I open it and OK. Here it asks about geometry, material textures, lights, camera, and animation. You can select which one you want. And desktop advanced, some items here. For example here, light map resolution. You can have maximum and minimum amount here. For example, minimum amount 512 and maximum 4K. For now, default is good. And I import. It will import that model exactly the same. Then you can have VR or animation or whatever you want. And as you can see here, it will create geometry, material, and texture. Which one separately are here. Now it's preparing about light, objects, files, and these kind of things. See? These are lights, rectangular lights, but they need to be edited, especially about directions. But its structure is amazing. Like this. Here we have spotlight, and here IS, like this. All the materials are changed here to Unreal materials. Right here, when I have a double click on material, here in material, but here it's instance, I need to be in parent. As you can see, it changed very material to Unreal material. And it's amazing, which it's possible to do this by itself, and it changed them to some parametric materials, which here we can activate them and we can control the amounts. As you can see, we can increase or decrease them. Normal intensity. See the amount of normal. Here. Save. So here you can do all of these things, and when I zoom, look at here, when I change the amounts, you can see the results here. Like this. And here it's reflection, which we have it here. Like this. And other options here. And as you can see here, we can have different textures, and all of these items can be possible for you. But here you should know something, and you should know that this technique is not really useful. We use it just sometimes which it's forced and we are in a hurry. Because it's not possible to have some settings and some controls in Unreal, especially about UVW map. And this is the reason that it's better for you to work on UVW map in some softwares like 3D Max. At the beginning of the work, you control it there and then have it here. But in new versions, some sections are added and it can help you, but that flexibility and that power which you can have in 3D Max for UVW map, you cannot have it right here in Unreal. But this technique is really amazing. And you can do this with Data Smith like this. After that, I should tell you that we have this for different softwares like Revit or SketchUp, which I show you there. And in Revit, when you install, here in this section, Data Smith, you can have exports for Data Smith right here directly, and it's possible. Which later, we talk about these topics more. Okay, let's continue this topic. Right here in this folder, I close this folder. I remove it to make it lighter. Here, first delete to delete it completely. Then here, this section map, and I delete this one. Again here, and then delete. Okay. Now save all. And here I want to tell you something important. One of the important reasons which we need to organize the files like this is this. You know, each of these files might need to be edited. For example, here on the roof, this top section, it has changed. I select this area, then I move it till here. Like this. I select export selected. Here in this folder, which we save this file. Here, FBX, it's not. Okay, here it is. Floor and save. Yes. Okay. You can re-import the file when you have the original file in Unreal. Floor, each one which we edited. As instance, here, I select this. I could have export only for this one. Its name is here, 1097. Come back here, 1097. This one. Right click. Then right here, this item, re-import. When the file exists, you can select and it will be updated. See, here at the top, the file has updated. Again here, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, then it will be like this. I select it again. Here, export, selected, floor, and save. Yes, okay. Again, this file, right click, and again, re-import. And then, as you can see here, this section has updated. This is a perfect option about re-importing in Unreal. After this, I want another thing which it can be really interesting. You don't have access to its original and main file, which is FBX, but you can't have access to Unreal's file, what we have here right now. You have this Unreal file, but you don't have other files. Or maybe you want to save the original file here, but you want to have another version of this. You want to create it. You can do it right here directly. Here, select this, right click. Here, asset, asset action, and this item here, export, Here we have migrate, which we talked about this. But now export. When you select export, here is formats FBX, OBJ, and others in this list, which FBX is most useful one. I can have it with these formats, and now its previous folder, I name it, write this one, this name. And here I add updated. Save. Then you face with a window like this. I remove this selects and closure and this. Okay. Export. Then 3 max. Here reset. And right here import. And then I import that FBX file to here. In this path which I saved this, here it is. I open it. Okay. I have the same model like that one right here. Here UVW map is not correct, for example. It's possible to rotate it there, but here I'm going to tell you as an example. Here I select UVW map, box, 100, 100, and then here I select gizmo, right click here, and like this, I rotate this 90 degrees, Ctrl Z. Here I select angle, then I change this angle to 45, 1 and 2. Then I convert it to poly, and as instance, here I select edge or border, this surface, and this one, edge, here, here, and also here. I create a shape, Ctrl Z, shape, line, and this line which now it's selected. This one, cancel. I select this line. Then here, select these items, zoom in this part again. It's here. This segment 6 and this section, it's selected. Rectangular, here 12 centimeters, and for width 2 centimeters can be enough. Then here, okay, along this axis, here 30, okay. And again, I select this and export, select it, click on back, or right here, underscore, new, save, okay. Here in Unreal again, right click here, then here re-import with new file. When you select it, you face with this window, then you select this new file, and then you can open it. It will be replaced right here. See? It's like this. Now I'm gonna tell you about something really important about updating the models in Unreal. Sometimes you are working on a project which in this project the main software which you are modeling in it and the base of your project is in that software. It has many changes and updating an export, manually, every time can be really hard and time consuming. So you can have this automatically. In Unreal, here this section, edit, and edit preference, click here. Then you will face with a window like this. Here, general, this tab, loading and saving. And then here, auto reimport. Here, advanced. And then here, click on this plus. Then open index. And then here, click on this browse. And the path of exports from 3D Max, which here for me is drive C. I'm saving them here in this folder. Here, import, and here. This is the path which I'm saving the files in it. Here, map directory to. Okay, this is the path. But which one of these folders? Here it is, static meshes. So here, click on this, and I select this folder. And it's possible to add another one for example, materials. We can have it for many other things. We can even have several folders for mesh, for example. Then here again, let me have a save again. Here in 3D Max, let's have a check. Is there everything okay or not? Here at the top, I move, for example, like this. Select it. Then here, export. Export selected. Floor. Save. Yes. And OK. Now it should be updated automatically. See? Here is this window. Here if you click Don't Ask Again, it will be automatically without permission. Import. And it will be updated automatically. And it's amazing. Look at here. Again, 3D Max, Ctrl Z. Then I export it one more time. Okay. And then again this window. I don't select this because this is a training course. Maybe I need to do it manually. And you can do this, but I suggest you to do it manually to know what is happening. Import, and like this automatically. And when you think that it can be possible for a wide range of changes in a project, you can understand that how interesting and helpful is this possibility, and it can save your time. It can increase your quality, and it can avoid having different mistakes. And here you can have different formats like FBX, like PNG, or others. If you want to limit different formats, for example, I just want to update the one with FBX, not other formats. It can be possible right here, include, exclude. Just with a click. For example, star.fbx. Then here include. When you select include, it means that you just want to have this. And you can even have another format here, but I delete it. Without this select, without include, it will be exclude. It means except of this, all of formats. And it can be really important in your projects. Okay, each asset which you import to Unreal, if you select it, then right-click here in this section or in Outliner window. You can have some possibilities here like edit, cut, copy, duplicate, delete, visibility, but one of them can be really helpful. Group. When you select it, you can have a box, a green box around the subject. And you can see this as a group here, like this. And here in this section, you can move them or rotate them, or you can have any change in them at the same time. Right here, right click, ungroup or unlock. Ungroup, which is really obvious, ungroup them. They will be 3 different and separate assets. I select them again and group them. But this item, unlock, when you select it, this green frame will change to red. It's like you can select them separately and then you can have some changes in them. For example, in location or any other change. For example, here. If you want to have any more assets, and if you want to remove them, here you can remove. Again here, right click and group. Again, lock. Again here, unlock. And I can select this, right click, group, and add to group. And again here, lock. Here, unlock and ungroup, which I told you about it. You can have it like this, and when I press Ctrl, I can move them at the same time. For sure, you're familiar with group because we have it in different softwares with more or less possibilities like 3D Max, Revit, SketchUp. We have this group in all of the softwares and we have it here and you can use it like this. Okay, now we have Unreal. Here in this section, landscape, we're gonna have it. Here, this default level, I duplicate it and name it landscape. F2, landscape, underscore level. Double click on it, save, then here, and I delete this default folder. Others can be there, here in this section, new folder, name it maps. And I put them in maps folder. Okay, save all, and now we're going to activate landscape tool here in this section. Suddenly after selecting it, here we face with a preview for landscape which we're going to have here in this scene. Let me increase the camera speed, zoom out, and okay. I change it to 4 again. Okay, after that, we can have a section like this. First of all, here we have 3 categories, manage to managing, here for editing, and here is to having some deforming and changing in material and forms. Here I want to work in manage. Here in this section, we can have 2 different modes to creating this landscape. First one is having it with some default settings. Then with create, we can have it. And the second one is having it according to a PNG file. As you can see, different formats are here. It's better to have that picture which is with the format of PNG, black and white. Here in this section, enable edit layers. When we select it, we can edit this layer after creating. Here in this section, we can consider a material as default for the landscape. For example, let me change it to select again, and here I select Quicksell Bridge. Some materials related to landscape can be downloaded from this list. Here I search for landscape. Let's check the materials. For example, we have here download, another one here download, here, here. I download a couple of materials as instance. Also this one. Okay, here in this section again, we can check them to download. Okay, here are the downloaded materials. I select them, then here in this section, add them to the project. And the quality is in medium to have a fast downloading. If you want, you can have more quality. Surface. We can click on this icon here to do it fast, to avoid that long process. It's same as that add, like this. Here, I need to wait for it to be downloaded. Okay, these files are downloaded, and again here landscape, and here in this section I select the material which I downloaded, which I wanted, and here is for dimensions, and at the end create, and then you will be in this mode like edit. First section is to have some edits here, and when you put your mouse cursor here, it says with Control and click you can raise, and with Control and Shift you can lower it. Which here I use Control and Shift, and you can see the effects here. Like this. Okay. Next one is eraser, which when you use it, you can have it like defaults. A smooth, which works like this. When you use a tool too much, you can use smooth to make it smooth. I select this and increase it and use it here. Like this, I decrease its swallow. And as you can see, you have different types and you can use them which one you like. Like this. And here you can have different logos. You can select which one you like, and you can even enter your logo here and use it according to your texture. Here I search for logo, Unreal. See, with a click you can use this logo here. So you have different types and modes here, and you can use all of them. Now you can use smooth to make them smooth, as you can see, like this. Flatten to flat the surfaces. You can control the dimension and size of it here. As you can see, it will make it flat. You have another item here, flatten target. Sometimes I make it smaller. Let me make it high. Here, this one, like this. Now here in flatten. When you choose this item here, you can put a number or here in this sign, and then you can click on your subject. From now on, wherever you have a click, it will be as high as the first subject. See? Like this. It's really helpful and interesting. Next one is ramp. And it's good. You can connect two different surfaces with different slopes to each other. For example, here is start point. You can connect this to here. Exactly like the ramps which you have them in your projects. And here you can control the width of the ramp. Here, side fall off. You can control it like this. And at the end, add ramp. It will be like this. I can increase it, then add ramp, see, or decrease it. It will be like this. So here we have an interesting item which can be really helpful in the projects. Like this. Here in this section, erosion, you can have the path and the patterns which you want to have. For example, after the rain, some patterns and lines on the slope of the mountains or hills or something like this. You can have all of them with this tool, as you can see, like this. Something like this. This one is same as the previous one, which, as you can see, the sign of the cloud is here. This can be more wet, its shape I mean. Then noise, to have some noises in your landscape to make it more real. If you have worked with Lumion, you know these icons, retop. Here, visibility. This blueprint, you don't have it. If you want to have, you have to use this plugin here. Here, plugin. Its name is Land Mass. You need to select it. Then it will be reset, but we don't need it right now. After that, mirror. And then here we have select. In this way, you can select some parts. And later, if you want to paint it or something like this, it won't affect on these selected parts and areas. For example, here. Here again, I select this and look at here. As you can see, it won't affect on the selected area. When you click on clear, you can remove this limit. And that's it. Let me select this. I increase brush size. Here like this. And next part. And this one is copy. And it's really interesting. For example, here, this part. In Z, like this, I unlock it. I increase the scale. Like this. Okay, till here. Control C, it will copy. And I move this one, for example, here. And Control V to paste it here. See? Right here, Control V. As you can see, it will be pasted right here. Now I move it here. Again, Control V. And in this way, you can copy some parts and paste it somewhere else. Okay, next one is paint. You can draw in your landscape with this tool, or you can create different materials. You can have different types here. For example, smooth, flatten, and noise, which you know it. Now here in manage, here we have new, after that import, then select, which you can select each one you like separately, add, here with a click you can add a section here, and then with delete you can delete some parts, as you can see like this. It will be deleted like a square, then move to be able to move and resize. You can change the sizes here, and then here we have SP line, which you can draw an SP line to have the deformation. But I want to tell you about some perfect technique. Back to here, landscape, and I select this landscape here and delete. We have a word machine, which you can have it like this. Okay, this is the software. It has some possibilities which is specialized for landscape to import and export the landscape, which you can use in different softwares, and it's usable for analyzing and working on landscape topography and especially geography. And we can use it exports in Unreal. But you need to be careful about some important tips. As you know, in landscape we have some special dimensions, sizes, which I told you before here in help. As you can see, try to have your file according to one of these values. Okay, I put it here for now. Then here in this software, this is what we have here, and here in this section you can work on it and create, and there's a guide in the website of this software. You can use it. You can know how to use this. Here in blueprint I can use one of these ready items, for example this one. Right click, select it, this is its shape, I delete it. Another example, same, this one or this one. For example, we can have this one. Okay, here in output, and this output, not this one. This one, high output, I added here. And I connect it like this. Okay, here in setting, this section, as I told you before, we need to consider these dimensions and values according to that values, one of them. Here I can have custom. To avoid having it too big, I can have 1009 in 1009. Actually, I want to use this one. And here, the kilometer, I consider 32 in 32 or 10 in 10. I think it's good. Okay, next part, custom. The resolution 1009, and here tile, I change it to 8 in 8, like this. Okay, in 3D you can analyze the ground like this. Again, here in setting, right here I change this to 15. Here again, 20 in 20. Back to this section, 2D. Let's see, what do we have here? Okay, here. Here with controlling these sliders, you can have some changes in these values. Let's see, what do we have here to make it better? This one as default, okay. What do we have here? Cancel. Here, natural. And here I select this item, erosion. I'm doing this for myself. Maybe you don't want to use it like this. I connect it like this. And then here, like this. Okay, double click on this one. But before that, here, to have it here. Okay, when it's okay, you can click on this. Here, double click, and here RAW16 have a name 1009 in 1009 and copy, and here a folder, here save. Okay, it's okay, and at the end I click on build here. The path which I just considered, open. Then in that folder, the landscape which I made, copy, here paste, and here, and here, and here. Okay, and yes, it starts to build this file in this folder. We need to wait for it, and after that, we should have this topography in Unreal. I have two outputs, the previous one and also this one, which you are seeing its path is here, 1 and 2. This one, and this is the second one. Okay, let's test. Here landscape, click on import, and here edit. Then I click on this, and this file, open. You just need to select one of them. Open, like this, and here the dimensions and sizes and values. Here, fit, and you can have this landscape like this, exactly what you made there. Okay, I select this and delete. Again here landscape. This time I select second one, and as you can see here you can have any format which you want, and here you can have that landscape. Something like this. Ctrl Z, and again first one. These are the installments which I considered there. I have exactly that installments here. Okay, here again import, and it will be imported here like this. Okay, when you are away, this fog cannot be possible. Out of here and here I select the fog, and I decrease fog density like this to be able to see it. Like this. Okay. Now I can make a material. Here I create a material and I can name it landscape. Double click and Here, a basic material. Later I will talk about material deeply, but for now, I just want to make it to use. Press 3 and left click to have vector here. Ctrl C and Ctrl V. Select the first one, and here a red color, and second one can be green. Right here, layer or landscape, layer blend. Yeah. Okay, select this and here plus. Open the index and name this level 1. And connect it to this like this. Select it again. Click on here. And the name level 2. And connect it to this like this. And this one to here. Basic color. Okay, apply and save. Okay, after that, here we don't need it. I select landscape. Here, landscape material, and here landscape, and then paint to be able to work on this. This one, reset, we have it here. Okay, here landscape material, click on this, then in this section, those two materials, level 1 and level 2, will be made here. Let me control this here. Okay. Here, like this. Now it's here. And here, we can change the dimensions and sizes. Fall off. Okay. Here, for both layers, this plus, and here, according to the weight of this height, select and create a level in its folder and name, it's okay, and red, and next one. Okay, it's correct. Here, okay. Yeah, here I have space. Okay, and here it is. If you worked in Lumin, you know that wherever you have a hole or a bump, it can be a rock or the grass. But here is more professional. You can have many levels, how many you like. For example, in the beach, the sand, rock, hill, grass, and then at the top of the mountain, snow, for example. You can have this layering, which here level 1 is red and 2 is green. And it will be according to that slope it shows as a color. Zoom. The value of the size can be more and also fall off. Now look at here. It's according to the height. It's accepting the colors to be able to have different materials in this height. Now here I have color for you to understand it better. See? And all of them can be materials or textures. Look at here. And it's amazing. You can do many professional things with this. Something like this, as you can see, zoom, save, and then here in material, Instead of these colors, I can use texture or material. Here we have some materials. I drag these three to landscape. I paste them here like this. I select them, and here in this section, now here, like this, and I group them and I name level 1, back to here, another folder, then I drag them here and I use them later. Select, wrap, right click, comment, level 2. Okay, as I said, we're gonna have these textures. I delete this red one, right click here and search for make material attributes, because we're gonna have some of them in a group, so I should use this. The basic color is basic color, normal map, but this one, each of them in a group, because I want to have the same one. The red to ambient occlusion, green to roughness. Later I describe this topic deeply in material, you will understand better. And this one to work position. Now I select this to here, base color, and here with a click you can, okay, here apply, and again I connect this to here, delete this one, move this one a little, and here I select these, and here Ctrl D to duplicate it like this. Now I need to connect them, this one to here, normal map to normal map, red here, green here, and blue to this one, and delete this one. Okay, move them and connect this to here, layer 2, and apply, save, have a check, back to here, see. Now here we created 2 different textures, and it's like this. And if you want, you can select and change them. It's really perfect and helpful in landscape and topography. Material again. All of these materials, here I just added the levels. I press Alt and disconnect it. Right click here and break material like this. I connect it to here like this, base color to base color, roughness to roughness, and normal to normal, ambient occlusion to ambient occlusion. Apply and save. Now have a check. Okay, here again. Have a click in a scene and select this item. Now connect this like this, and I don't need this anymore. It works according to that. Now apply and save. Now the size of the texture. Here. Okay. First, here I press U, left click to have texture coordinate. Press M and left click to have multiply. 1 and left click to constrain. Okay. I connect this to A and this one B, and this to UV. And this one, it will control the size according to this value. Here, and this one and this one. We're going to control the size according to this value, so right click here and then convert it to parameter. And I name it, for example, tile or tile. The default value can be 0.1, apply and save. Okay, it's done. Here again, it will be like this. Here, and the value of tile, 0.2, 1%, apply. It will be like this. Okay, save and close. And this one save. See? Now here we have a landscape like this. And we can have it really better, but for now, we just wanted to have an example like this. So this is how we can use and create materials and landscape. And here we can have flatten or remove them, and many other things, many professional things in landscape. And according to the points which you click, you can have the material of the hills. And blueprint and color, I will talk about it. It works according to that plugin which I told you about it, landmass. And here we have different modes, and each one is different, so we can do many professional things. So now we know landscape, and we can have many beautiful landscapes in Unreal software. Next part here is foliage, which you can have these tools to add some plants and some green spaces, like these examples here in the landscape, wherever you want. To use these tools, for sure, you need to add some assets and plants here. You know that here in Quixel Bridge, you can have many assets. You can download them. Here, for example, 3D plants. Different categories. You can have which one you want. And there are some examples ready to use. And if you have some ready files, you download them. For example, I downloaded this file, and there are some good assets in this file. I can use this. As you can see, all of these assets are trees, many high quality objects. Next one. Okay, these two. Not this one, here, and here. I select these two, right click, migrate, then this window, and it considered all the objects, okay, and here, the path of the new file, landscape, this folder, content, and this one, select yes. Wait for it to be copied. Okay, it will be copied. Now here in this file, select in this folder. Here, okay, see, geometry, tree, there are all the objects I can select and use it in the project. Okay, where is it? This, delete, here again. Okay, here it is. F, zoom. Here it is, high quality. I decrease the camera speed and the materials are loading. And here, texture, landscape, double click, and I change the values, apply. Save and close this one. Like this. And here is the object, and it's really high quality. Okay, now here in this section, full H, you can add everything you want here. And here, content, 1, here, I put it here. Okay. In the path of these libraries, for example, I select all of these items and I drag them to this full H type. In this way, they will be added here. I close this. To add items in landscape or wherever you want, you can have many different ways. Select all, deselect, paint, and other items. First, paint. When you select it, you can have a brush like this. And here, you can have different parameters. When you select a parameter, you can have some settings here and some informations, scale or something like this. Each one, as you can see, has a 0. It means that we have not this item in the project. When you have one of them, for example, this one, and I can put it here one by one, or select, for example, and here you can see how many of this item do we have in the project. Again, I selected single, C, 2, like this. Now, 2 of them are selected. All of them are selected. We need to remove. And I want to remove all of them at the same time with the shift. And here I can select these items, for example, like this. And we can use them like this. And each time you click, you can have a single plant. But with paint, you can effect on a area with some objects, and you can control the size of the brush, 200 for example, then density, and here you can erase it. Now look at here, I decrease the density, and I select these objects, see, like this. I can use them in the scene. Okay, here the density too much. I change it. As you can see, it's not too dense. Okay, After that, select all, and here select to select them one by one. You can move them, change them, and with select all, you can select all of them, and with deselect, you can deselect them. For example, you select some of them. With this item, you can reverse it, and this one is lasso. With moving the mouse wherever you want, you can select the items. And then reapply. You can reapply the last settings here and the eraser. Okay, now next part, which is fill. I don't want to use it for now because our landscape is too big here, and when you use this, it will affect on all of the surfaces. And here, select all, delete, and here, remove, zoom again. Here again, this folder, geometry. Okay. These elements, I drag them from here to here. Okay, close. I select this, zoom, paint, erase. From here till here, deselect. And here in this section, the items with more quality. This one, here, and here, I select them. Okay, now, here paint. Modify. Increase the numbers. Here, 300. 1. C. A perfect quality, as you can see here. Really easy. In this way, you can create a landscape like this. Now, here, Control A, deselect, and some other items which are high quality. And here 0.2, 1, they're selected, paint. Okay, they're small and they're inside of this grass. Here 5, 10. A least and maximum amount for the size of these items. Control Z. Here 0.1. Control Z. Here density 50. To have a distance between them. And we have these items here. So first I erase them, they are too small. I select again to have them here as well. Zoom. And you can have which one you like, single. For example, this one, I want to have it here single. its size 5, 10. See? Randomize it, and with a click you can have it really easy. Okay, select here. You can have all the files here, high quality objects. One of them here, like this. Here again, this one for example, I put it here, and this one right here. See? Play. You can see the results with more quality. As you can see, zoom. It's almost 32 kilometers, if you remember, and it's moving on the ground. We are moving with W. Like this. Here in this section, a screen percentage, we can increase it. It will be like this, and frame per second. And here, high resolution screen, I change this 3 times more. It's large because the scene is really big. Okay, here is the output. I open it. See? Like this. Perfect. Okay, now we're gonna talk about material in Unreal software. One of the essential and interesting parts. First, we need to be familiar with the structure of the material in Unreal. For all the objects which you import to Unreal or you have it in Unreal, these assets, here in this section, the details, you have a section which is material. And in Unreal, it can support according to material ID. In some softwares like 3D Max, when you have a different material for each side of an object, each side will be a different ID and it will be listed here. Or when you import a file from Revit, which you work with Paint, the sides will be according to material ID. Here you have 3 icons with a list. Here in this list, you can change and replace the materials which you made before. For example, I select this subject, F to zoom. Here in this list, I can change it to each one I want. For example, this one. As you can see, it will change suddenly. And undo. Here we have 3 icons. First one, this middle one, when you click, it will find this material in your content browser, and you can see that where is this material, and you can know about this. Next one here, let me add this here. Okay. First icon here, if you have a selected material here in content browser, then when you click on this icon, this material will be assigned to that subject. As you can see, like this. You can select the default again and assign it. And the third icon here is to show the used textures. You might have 1 or 10 or more textures. Here you can have all the textures which are used and you can analyze it. So this is the structure of the material here. And if you want to make a material, first we need to create a folder and name it material. And we have a folder here as default. Here in content, I created a new folder and I name it materials. In this folder, according to what you want, you can have more folders, for example, for furniture, walls, concrete, wood, and or if you want, you can have all of them here together. And here you can have another folder, for example, materials, and another folder, texture, to have the textures in this folder and materials here in this folder, to be able to manage and control them. To create materials, here add material or right click here, material. And material is one of the default assets in Unreal. It's the asset of the Unreal. You can click on material here, and here you can have different types of material, and it's here because it's really useful. Click and have a name. As I told you before, having a name in Unreal and now for material is like this. When this material is a parent, we should have a M, then underscore its name, as instance wood. If you want to have a copy of this material or instance, for example, you made a wood and you can have many materials from this material with different colors, different IORs, but the base is this. Those materials are the instance of this. And normally for material instance, we have MI underscore and its name, as you can see like this. Main materials or parents and their instances. And for textures, we can have T, wood, for example. So we need to be careful and we need to know these abbreviations. Wherever you face with M, it's material, material instance, and texture. Here, for example, this one is material instance. Here, to be sure about it, I click on this static mesh, or this one. Double click, then material window here, and here you can see that it's parent. It means that this is the main material, and this material is made from this parent. Now click here, see, here it is. When I have a right click here, here reference viewer, as you can see, all of these materials which are here are made from this parent. This is the master and others are instance of this parent. You can have a material as a parent and many other instances. Here in content browser and material folder, which I made right here, materials, then right click on this material which I made and rename. As I said, for the materials which are parent, we should have M underscore test. Then double click on this material and here in material window, like this. This is material editor, which the basic material is here, and here in this section we can see a preview of what we are making, and we can also select here with left click. We can move around this, and here in this section we can have some settings. We can have control, like this. The quality 200, for example, or 100 again. As you can see, the pixels will be more, but it's on 100 as default. And here we have layout, which I choose the default, and here 90. Here in properties, we can choose different views. I choose perspective, and here unit, wireframe, and other modes. And this section is to show this status which we have here at the bottom, and here grids and background. You can choose to have or not have it. And here in this section you can choose the shading and the type of the background. Okay. Here in this section you have some different shapes: cylinder, a sphere, plane, box, or mesh. When you want to have this shape, mesh, here in this section I click on browser and I select this, for example. I select it, then here in this window I choose it and continue, and the subject should be a mesh. Here in this section I duplicate this subject like this, and I name it static mesh underscore material. Okay, a save, and here save all. I select this. Here in this section I click on the mesh. See, right click is for zoom in and zoom out, and left click is to pan. You can have it here like this. And here in this section we have physical material. I will talk about it later. But here is for the properties of the material, with three main sections. One of them is material domain. Here you have a list and you can choose it. It can be a surface or other items. Decal, for example, light function, volume, post-process, and user interface. After that, here we have blend mode. The mode of blending the materials can be chosen here. When you have a material, which elements are behind that? And again, here you have a list. Opaque, which is the default mode, mask, transparent, and other items. And after that, here shading model, which here in this list you can choose it. For example, for the skin, for the hair, clothes, solids, you can choose it in this list. And this is the default. Here, as you can see, some of the parameters are active and some of them are not active. And this is according to the type and the structure of your material, which here you can see the type of your material, material domain, material mode, and shading model. For example, here surface. As you can see here, opacity or for example reflection are active here. Why? Because here we have opaque. I change it to transparent. As you can see here we have some changes. Or here for example eye or cloth or hair. You can see that according to the type of the shading, this can be really different. And when you click here, you can reset everything. And another important item which we have here is two sides. Some elements like glass and other elements which are not thick. With a click here, you can choose to have two-sided. Both sides will be shown. If you worked with 3D Max, for sure you know this parameter. After that, here use material attribute. When you select it, this material will be known as an attribute, the short form of the informations, and it can be useful for the materials with many informations. To avoid confusion, you can use it. We will talk about these items later deeply. The structure of the material here in Unreal is based on graph and nodes. These wires, and here as you can see we are in material graph. So here we need to work with this structure. All the graphs here have an input and output, or they might have only one input or only one output, which here we have inputs. Some of them have only outputs, like texture, for example, like this. I will talk about them. Or some of them, like add. They have the both input and output. And the process of working on the materials in Unreal is from left to right. I mean, you should start from the left, and for example, you connect this like this, then you can connect this one to another one like this. And in this way, you can have this material like this. Here, I select a texture, for example, the texture of this object. Okay, this one. Back to here. You can click and drag it to here. Okay, delete. Then I connect this to here. To avoid having warning here, because the previous one which we used, like this for example, because there is no any texture, there is an error. I will talk about them later, but for now I just add it here. And you can have this material here like this, which with a value here, you can control it here. See? Like this. You will learn all of them. But as I said before, here in material, everything is from the left to the right. When you make a material to compile it, here you have two tools. One of them is save and another one is apply. When you click on save, it will be saved. And when you click on apply, it will be compiled and saved. We can say both of them are the same. And here this material is saved. Here in project browser, we can search for it and find it. Now, you should be careful that all of the materials which you are using in Unreal are PVR or physical based rendering, which it calls to create real materials. In Unreal, we have 4 inputs. There are too many, but these 4 inputs are related to PBR directly. One of them is base color here, roughness, metallic, and specular. These 4 fields are essential to have a PBR material. Base color is for the color or the texture of the material, for example, in the light or normal situation. Some people call it diffuser. In some softwares, they call it albedo or generate. It has many different names. For example, in SketchUp, it's albedo. Or in 3D Max, it's diffuse. In Revit, it's general. But here, it's base color, which we can use it. To be able to show it to you, here I should have a texture. Texture folder. I want to have a texture. For example, I use our logo. Be careful, there is a technique. A parent material is a main and base material, and you might have many different materials which are made from a parent. So there are some fixed and usual textures which they use for it. For example, this logo is a usual picture, and we can have these to have many other logos. So I want to have our logo here. I rename it T or texture underscore logo. Okay, and then I drag it to the material. Remove this one, and I connect it like this. And here I can select this. Look at here. Or box. You can see it here. These items here like add and how they work, I will talk about all of these later. Here I can press 3 on the keyboard, then left click to open 3 vector here. These are some useful notes which we will talk about them, but for now we are just talking about base color. Then here I can choose a color to add it to the material like this. And there are many different modes which we can use. As I said, here we have different modes. For example, here I press Alt and click to the selected, and I choose a sphere, or here I select it. To be able to have it easier to select it, where is it? I close it, or material here. I select it, browse, and drag it to the material folder which I made. Here, yeah, here. Move, okay. Now I can have it and I can use it easily. Here, okay. Control Z, it was a mistake. Move it. Back to here, I select this, browse, and here it is. As you can see, there was a mistake to selecting this, and as I said before, to be able to find the assets better, here we have filters. Here in this section, static mesh, I select, and here I can see the path which I needed. So right click, show in Explorer, show in folder view. Okay, where is it? Here it is. Let me have it. Here I drag it to folder, move, and now it's here. And the static mesh material should be here. In this way I can have what I made here in this folder. I select it and here I click, continue. It's added here. I disconnect this section and move it. Okay, here when I have a right click on this, I can have parameter. Actually, it's a rail. I erase it. I can press 1 and left click, and then when I connect this to the base color. Usually here we need to have 2% for chromium or other which we're gonna have, or the value of the color. As instance, for the green grass, when you want to show it, usually 21% can be good. You can find these values in the help of the Unreal. Here, let me have it like this. I disconnect this and move it here. I connect it to here and this one here and this value to B. Now the green color for the grass, like this for example. And this is the value. We have different modes and types which we can consider. as an item. I delete it for now, and this should be disconnected. And here, this to base color. And again, you can have different colors for your material. For example, to have an iron, here RGB, which for each one you can have a value. And as I said before, in the help of the software, you can find these values for base colors. As instance, for the iron, here in R 560, green 570, and blue 580. This is the base color for the metal, for iron, which you can change it to whatever you like. Or you can edit it. Or for example, roughness, which, let me disconnect it. Roughness is the amount of reflection, which I connected like this. The value of roughness can be controlled here, which now here 0 will be like this, and 1. And you can switch it from 1 to 0, or a number between 0 and 1. 0 and 1. And this is the base color. I can change the color to a red color to be able to see this change here better. Here we can test different values. This one, or half, like this. You can also use a picture for the roughness. For example, I disconnect this and I connect it to the metallic, zoom, and then this picture here I add it to the roughness. And according to this picture, it works according to the dark and bright sections of this picture. We can have roughness. Let me have this process to save it. Then here in the project, zoom out. And here this object, or here basic shapes, and the cube right here. And with move up and like this, and okay, browse. Here it is, I select it. Then here I click to add the material here, or here I can drag the material here. And as you can see, according to the picture and based on the black and white color, you can control the amount here. Then here in this section, I can change this value, metallic or non-metallic. It can be possible for all pictures, and according to these pictures, which are here as defaults, you can find another picture, for example, this one. Apply. See? Based on the black and white color, you can choose it here. Let me find another one. For example, here. Apply. See? The amount of metallic. 1. Okay, so that was like this, and you can use it. And metallic is the same, and the bigger number here, the more metallic form for your object. The smaller number here, less metallic form. For example, here, one, see, like this. So you can control them like this. And specular for the highlighted sections. For example, here, I select this and Control D, a copy. I will talk about this later. Connected to the specular. In a specular, we can control the light to highlight the surface of the object, which we have it in most of the rendering softwares. You can compare this with other softwares, and you can have a value here to control the amount of light. As instance, here I disconnect this for you to understand it better. This one to roughness, and the value of the roughness to have reflection 0.1, and then here 0, half, see, 1, like this. Okay, here in blend mode we have some features which are really useful. Okay, here we have opaque. For example, I press Alt and click to disconnect it. Okay, like this material which is here, you can use it as default. As instance, I add it to base color. Apply. See, like this, it's added here. Or each one of these items which we put it here, I disconnect this and add this one. So this is opaque, which you can use it like this. Next one in blend mode is mask. When you select it, it works according to some black and white colors. You can have it transparented or not in opacity. Let me find the black and white picture here, for example this one. I put it here. Later you will learn more. Here, opacity mask and apply. Then here, according to the black and white colors, you can have this. And next one, here, and this one, which is for transparency, which work with opacity, and it can be used for glass or something like that. You can have number here for opacity, like this. Then according to that value it works, or according to some pictures which are black and white, you can have it transparent or not. For example, this one can be a good example. I added opacity. Apply. See? We can have many interesting things with these techniques and items. So here you can choose the blend mode, and I put it on opaque for now, and shading mode, which is really long, and we just want to use some of them, and during this training course you will be familiar with some of them. So far, we learned about the structure of the material. Now it's time for the details. Okay, when you open material window, you can have many different sections. First section here, which is menu, and this menu with this one which we have here, they look similar according to the names, but the subsets are different. So here is the menu bar of the material. Second part, which is here with some tools, we call it toolbar. Some tools like apply, search, home and other items are here. Third part, which is here, is viewport panel. Right here, we can have a preview of the material which we are making here. And now we made a material here, and here we can have details, and here is detail panel, and it can be different according to each material. And we have another section which is parameter, and as default there's nothing here. And when you change the nodes to some parameters, you can see the parameters here. As instance, this texture, right click and convert it to parameter. I name it tiles. Here in parameter, you have a tiles, and you can use it to change the texture directly in the project. You can make the texture bigger or smaller. Next part, which is this scene, is material graph panel, as you can see here. And after that, we have this section, status bar, which you can see your process here. And we also have many different items. Okay. And the most important part of the material window, which is here, palette panel. Here in this section, you can have all of the nodes which are possible here in Unreal as defaults. They are too many and very different. We don't need all of them, but some of them are really important, which is auto hide. You can click and click on this item to fix it, or right click in the scene to open this menu, and you can search to have your desired item. Here in this list, you can see that the most useful nodes has some shortcut, like here 1, 2, 3, 4. Here I will talk about them later, but you should know that when you press 1 in your keyboard, then left click, this will be added to your scene. See, like this. So 1 left click, 2 left click, 3 left click, and 4 left click. So in this way you can have them. Right now I align them. This one is for red color, R1D. This one, which is 2 vector, is R and G, red and green. And this one is 3 vector, which is R, G, and B, red, green, and blue. And this one 4 vectors, red, green, blue, and alpha. So they are like this, and you will understand them better in an example. Or some other items. For example, here, texture coordinate. It's the size of the texture which we're gonna use. The shortcut is U. When you press U and have a left click, you can add it here in the scene, and you can use it. Or, for example, here we have add or multiple, and some other items which can be really useful. Here is the add. We should press A and left click. We can add the add here. Or divide. Press D and left click to have divide. And here you can check all the shortcuts. My suggestion is to not use shortcuts at the beginning. You should be here and you should check this list, see all the items. Try to have them with click and drag to be able to know words, items, and shortcuts better. To having each of these expressions in the material graph, we can have different situations. First of all, you need to know that each of these items, according to their function, can have some process which can cause to see a better material. For example, right here we have three expressions. Here we have texture coordinates, which is for the size of this, and here we can change the values, as you can see, like this. If you want to have some changes parametric, you need to have this, a constraint expression. I press 1 and click. I add these to be able to change its value here, for example 1, and multiply here. To consider a tile for this, we're going to have it parametric. So here in this area in expressions, they are to consider the size of this texture, this area. Now 0, and the output of this can be connected here, and we can see the results. Look at here. The size of these tiles are smaller. In the Unreal, we have a expression which you can see it's visible, and there's a function. All of these items in this list are expression, but function is a group of these expressions. For example, something like this, or sometimes you might have a group of nodes which this group can lead to a function for some materials. You can prepare a function to be able to have a material or texture in that function to have the desired results. And this will be a fixed and usual process. For example, 50 nodes are working with each other and they lead to an output. We can make a node to have that process with just a single node. And to do this, here in material, we have function, as you can see, which later I will talk about it. When I open this, I can copy these items as instance. Then here, Control V, paste, and this will be an output. This is an example. Here we have input and output, and all of them will be a function. As you can see, here we have new material function. You can search for it here and add it. So this possibility can be really useful and also interesting. It's like custom node of Dynamo in Revit, which here we call it function. Here again, to put expressions in this scene, we have different techniques. One of them is this window, this list. You can choose your desired expression, click and drag it in the scene, material graph. This is the first way. Next one is to search it here to find your desired, and then click and drag it in the material graph. And during search, you can choose that you want material or expression. Here you can have a filter. Next one is right click and searching for what you want here. And you can choose it in this list or search for it with typing its name here. Choose and use it in material graph. And for the functions, here you can put this on the function to find it and use it here, or here in the browser. I close it, and here, setting, show engine content, choose it, then this folder and content, I open this and I find function here, and I can have it as instance here, material layer function. I open it. Each of these are a function. This one, for example, F2 copy, and here I search for its name, and as you can see, it's here. Both are the same, and now I have a function here. Okay, to connect these inputs and outputs to each other, there are different ways which can be possible. As instance, here I close this to have a bigger scene. As I said before, if you connect each of these expressions and nodes to each other, you can press Alt and disconnect them, and you can click and drag it from the output to the input of each of these expressions to connect them to each other. For example, again, from here to here and here, and again right click. Here in this list you can choose the input which you want to connect this output to it, like this, and usually with a right click the connections will be for the items which are considered as the main expressions. Now the main expressions here is this one. So if I have a copy of this here, Ctrl D for duplicate, and I want to connect this to a specular, I delete these items. For example, we have a long process and this is here, and clicking here and drag it till the input, it's a little hard. So because of this, here we can have a right click and we can choose in this list and we can connect it to, for example, a specular. When I have a right click here, specular, now it's connected here directly, and again I can press Alt and disconnect it, and then here again I move this here, and it can be possible like this. Right click and choosing from the list. Sometimes you might have a wrong connection, like this for example. Somewhere like here, which it's not correct. So I want to change this to another node. I don't want to press Alt and cancel it. I can press Ctrl and drag it here, like this. So with Alt, this connection can be possible, and with using Ctrl, we can change this wire to another node. When you select each of these items here, delete, cut, copy, and duplicate can be possible, and you can see the shortcuts here in this list. Usually, duplicate is really useful. For example, I can select and Ctrl D, it will be duplicated. And it's really useful to making the materials. All of these inputs, which you can see here, are according to this section, material mode. When I change this, as you can see, they will be different, but you still can see these inputs and wires, but it doesn't affect on the results, as you can see. So be careful about it. Okay, here in this section, preview, you can have some special settings. Here in this section, we analyze different topics and sections of this software. But to be able to control the material which you are making here for different things like color, light, or the direction which the light should be entered to the scene, you can control the viewport. To do this, here in window, you can have this item, preview scene setting. Then you have a window here, which here you can see the different modes of the viewport. First part is the profile name. Here you can consider a name for yourself. Here I write Iran-BIM team, which here it will be added. Here, share profile. When you choose it, you can choose that you want to show this profile in this list or not. After that, we have lighting. Use sky lighting, you want it or not. Here, let me move this. Here you can control the directional light intensity. And after that, here you have directional light color, which here you have RGB, alpha, or all of them here. Next one is skylight intensity. Let's check this color here. Here it's like this. Okay, look at here. Here in this section and in this way you can control the light and the color of it like this. Okay, 1 and 1. Okay, here in this section we have another item which is rotate sky and directional light. After that, environment intensity. Then here we have lighting ring rotation. You can analyze it in different angles, and all of these items are really important to making a material. You have to control all of them. Here in this section we have rotation speed, the speed of moving like this, and now I want to have 0 to have it like this. Okay, here environment, I deselected. It's to having the background or not. After that, show flow. When you select it, you will have a base or a floor here, and you can also see the shadow on this floor. Here, environment color, to consider a color for this environment. After that, here, environment cube map. You can have a map here. You can consider texture for it, which right now we have a, here we have a HDRI picture to be able to see the quality better. When I move, you can see the rotate of the lighting, and now this light is according to the HDRI picture. See? Okay. 45. I close this and also this one. Here, after that, we have post-process. Post-process has many settings and details, which is related to the scene and space. And right here, we have post-process volume. And you have many settings here related to this section, post-process. And it's really time consuming. I will talk about it during training course. And when you're done, you can have a click here, right here, to close this. Next section in the material of the Unreal, which is one of the most important topics. Here we can call it a tip or note, and it's the preview note. For example, here any change which we have here for each section of this simple material which we made here, will affect on the whole model. For example, here if I change this value to 2, it will affect on the whole model and all of these parameters. And you can see it here. Or for example, when I have 1 for this one, you can see the results and the change will be for the whole model. Sometimes you can have a complicated material. To save the time and have the results as soon as possible, you need to see this change just for a small section of this model. For example, right now I want to have a change and I just want to see the change here in this section. And to have this here, I right click on this node and in this menu I choose Start Preview Node. When you select it, here in this preview you are just seeing the result of this node on this model. And here you can see a blue part and you can understand that this previewing is related to material expression multiply 3, this one which is here, like this. And now when I have any change here, for example 10, the results will be right here. It doesn't affect the whole process and model, and this is really important and useful. And in this way you can see the results in some small sections, and if you like it you can do a right click and choose Stop Previewing Node, and it can be somewhere like here. And here I can see the preview here. I can see the result of change till here. As instance, I change this value, I put 0.1, see, and when you think that it's okay, you can stop it. Then the effect will be on the whole model. See, it can be one of the most important things in the Unreal. And at the last part of the general description for the material of the Unreal, we're going to talk about organizing, and then the topics will be more specific. Organizing the materials is one of the most important topics in material. It's not just for the materials of the Unreal. It doesn't matter that what is your software. Organizing different parts of your work is really important. It's essential, which we have it here for material. First section here is comment. Now you are in visual programming, and with some connections between these nodes you are making a result, an output. As I told you before, from the left to the right, this process is happening. Here, this one is the first input, and then the last one here, which is output. So according to your project, you need to divide and organize different sections, and it can be possible with comment. To do this, you just need to select the nodes which are going to be in a group or box or comment. Then right click and create comment from selection. Then you can have a comment like this, Ctrl Z. Another way which is faster and easier is using shortcut. Select it and then type C. Automatically they will be in a comment, and you can write it here, for example tiling set, like this, and with a click fix it. Next part, for example, I select this area, press C, and here type albedo or diffuse or whatever. Then another one here, C, reflect, and this one C, bump, and this one C, ambient occlusion, like this. So in this way, you can have comments for your project. And be careful, each of these comments has some special settings. For example, each node in material graph, if you put it here in this box, it will be a part of this comment. When you take it away of this box, automatically it will be out of this comment or group. No difference. This one, for example, and I can add it again like this. It can be possible with changing the size of these boxes. As you can see, like this, no difference. Another thing is that you can consider some special colors for your inputs, outputs, and nodes according to your process, which I will talk about it in next video. As instance, for having color for the items which are inputs, here you can consider color for the inputs. For example, we can say all of the inputs should be with this color. Wherever which we have input, we can mark it with this color. And the advantage of this technique is that in long strips, the materials with many nodes which are complicated, with looking at these colors and comments, you can know it quickly which it's input or output and which one is utility, and it can make you really fast. I delete this one. Okay. As instance, these are utilities, so I select them and I consider color for these utilities, for example, green. Here, I can copy this value and then I can select these items, click, and here, paste. And then it will be changed to this color. And this is the output. I can select it, C, and here I write output. And its color can be like this. And wherever you see this purple color will be input, green utilities, and output like this. And you can have more colors according to your needs and your work. Each of these items can have a description. For example, here I have one. And when you select each of them, here in this section, material expression, you can see some descriptions here. Descriptions can help you to understand the reason that that item is here, especially when you have some complicated materials. And you might take that material from somewhere else, and in that situation, instead of checking all of these items, you can check the descriptions to understand everything. It can be really useful just with putting the mouse cursor on that item. You can know about its reason. For example, I select this and here I write a number to consider a value for the size of the texture. Really easy. Okay, after that, here in this section, here you can see the description, and when you put the mouse cursor here, you can see it. And here you can pin it or unpin it or hide it. When it's hidden, just put the mouse here. You can see and you can pin it here. Even for the commands, description can be possible. Here I can write this command is to control the size of the textures. Then here I select, and this is the description, which can be useful to understand that what is the purpose to have this comment. And you should know that you can have some of your comments or groups in another group. For example, all of these items which are controllers, I can choose them, another C, and controllers, for example. And now all of them are in a group like this. So this is another technique which you can group the comments. Another important topic in making materials in Unreal is reroute. Sometimes in some line process you want to connect a node from here, for example, to here, and this long path can make you confused when you want to have a connection or edit or other things. The more organized and nodes, the easier editing. Because of this, you can use this possibility, reroute node, to do this. These are wires, and reroute will be possible on these wires. Here, as you can see, it's for 4 different nodes, and now I want to remove this wire, but I need to have a point to help me to do this. With double click on each of these wires, as you can see, a node will appear here, right here. So double click to have it here. And when I move this section will be fixed and safe. And with this in line process, it can be really helpful and easy to work. For this reroute, we can have a description. In this way, in line process, input and output will be obvious, and we can know about the purpose of making this reroute. And after that, I can select this reroute, then right click and convert to named reroute. When you click, here you can see that an input and output with a name can be possible here. When I have this here, right click, convert, and here, and also this one, convert, and here. Now I can move this like this. These are out of it, Control Z, and like this. Now I put it here, and right now any change which I want to have here will affect on this material directly. And the purpose of this is that we still have this connection here. This input and that output are connected to each other, but without any wire. They are connected to each other with the names. They are linked. Here you can have a right click and then select named reroute usage. You can understand that which input is related to this output. As instance, I move this here, like this, here, here, like this. Okay. When I have a right click here on this node, okay, right click, and like this. Or this one, here it is. In this way, you can understand that which one is related to these outputs, and you can organize your scene in this way. You can avoid confusion between these wires. It's not really common, but you have this possibility for some long and complicated process, which can be helpful. And if you want to have routes again, you can select, right click, and convert to reroute. In this way, it will be like this. And be careful that you can use this route and connect it to other nodes, and it can be helpful. When you select each of these reroutes with a right click here, you can select previous and next nodes. When you select it, like here, you can see that these nodes are selected. As you can see, the previous nodes which are related to this are selected. You can see its name here, multiplied. And this is another useful technique. Next one is aligning. For example, here these nodes are not aligned. I can select each one I want and align it to other nodes. Or I can control the distance between these nodes. And we have some important items which they can be helpful to organize this scene. Here, right click, convert to name. Okay. This is obvious. It's related to this. To organize it, right click, align, and like this. Drag this section and like this. Okay. You can do it like this. Even sometimes which it's really messy, or you made a material which we don't want to share it with others. I mean, it's a structure, or you want to have smaller spaces. You can have a right click here and collapse them like this. Again, right click and expand it. Right here. Like this. And it's better to select the nodes. Now let me select this one. It's better. In this way, all of them will be collapsed with each other. With a double click, they will be changed again. This one and this one. Back, double click, collapse. And material graph. See here. Right click, enable real time, preview node. To be able to see the previews, stop it here, and other items which I talked about them. Right click and expand these to have it like before. Okay guys, so far we've worked on every single parts of materials structure, and now it's time to work on material instance. One of the most useful parts in Unreal. As you know, creating and editing standard materials in Unreal Engine is really time consuming. When you want to have a material like this, you have to have this process. However, this is a simple example. We have more complicated materials. Because of this, to increasing the speed to creating materials in Unreal and make it simple, you can use a material which is material instance. Here there is material instance, or I can select this material and create material instance. What is it for? Here you can create a material like this, but these base nodes and main structure of this material is fixed. For example, here we added some textures, a tile, and some values here for these items, for example, roughness. We know that these items are essential, so we can have many materials from this structure. But we can control the textures and values of these items. But the base and the structure is this. It's fixed. These nodes. We call this material instance. In fact, material instance is a simple way which is really fast for creating a material with using a main material which we call it parent. We use it as the base to create more materials really fast. All of the features and options of the parent material will be transferred to the instance or to the child. And we can create new materials according to that change of instance. For example, right here, we have a stone. With these nodes, we can have this as a brick, as ceramic, or tile, or whatever. But you should know that with some change, we can create many materials with this parent. As instance, here I select this geometry, and here in material, browse, this one, double click. As you can see, this is a material instance. MI stands for material instance. And also this sign here, this icon, this radical X, which is added to the icon of the material, which means material instance. These are parameters, and this is parent. Here it is. Double click, see. This is a standard material of the Unreal. So in this way, with creating parameters, I set all of that things to be here in parameter. With creating some parameters, we can have material instance. Now, as you can see here, all of these fields and sections, which need to have some values or pictures, they have some default values, and we can change them. Here in instance, we can change all of these fields and colors like this, and it will be updated really fast. Here we can select or deselect these items, or we can change the textures, and we can do whatever we like. Here I close this instance, and as you can see, it's changed. Okay, undo or Control Z to have it as default. Okay. Okay, according to the things which I set in previous video, I said we have a base material which we can change it to some instance materials for many different purposes. Okay, in the default mode, it's not possible to have all of these features in instance. To do this, we need to have parameter. For example, here I browse and duplicate this one, duplicate it for now, and I name it material test 2. And then I close this, and I open the second one. Okay, I delete these items like this. Okay. Here and this one. From here. Okay, here are these chains. I connected these graphs and now I save it. As I said, to be able to make the material instance, we need to have parameter. And to having parameter, we have two different ways. First way, here, right click and search parameter. Or here in palette, we can search for parameter. All of the desired parameters will be here. Let me pin this. These values or floats or integers, all of them can be changed with a scalar parameter. For example, here I want to create a parameter and here is empty, as you can see. I add scalar parameter and there will be a parameter automatically, and as you can see here we have a parameter. Right click and rename, or right here I can name this tile. And now this is a parameter and I connect it here. Save. And we can also have a default value here. We can have, for example, 3 as default. Here I enter 1 and from now on its default value will be 1. Here, right click, create material instance. I name it material instance underscore, for example, stone. Double click. Then you face with this window, and here in global scalar parameter, we only have tile, which we can make it bigger or smaller. There's no any more parameter. And as you can see, it will be changed suddenly, really fast. It makes you really fast. But in standard materials, it's slow because it needs to consider many parameters. But here it's fast. Now if you have any change here, it will be added automatically. For example, here I add a scalar here like this. That one was tile. And now this one, which is related to roughness, can be roughness. I select it here and I need to type roughness. Like this. I add it here. We can delete this, but we have other ways. I'm telling you about them. Okay, save, and then the roughness should be added to material instance. Here, see, roughness is here. Select it, and you can increase or decrease it. -100, 100. 1, 10, 0.1, half. We can change it. So, in this way, we can use these parameters which we have here to change it. Second way is really easy. I delete this and also this one. I connect this again and also this one. Now, second way, which is more useful and it's really easy. Here, which one you like which of these nodes or expressions. Here, right click and convert to parameter. In this way, it will be converted to parameter automatically and you can have a value here. All of these parameters will be param as default. And now I create another one here. It's for albedo. Right click and I convert this one too. As you can see, here we have param 1. When I change this to param, you need to be careful when you have two nodes with the same name. When you change the value of one of them, both of them will be changed similar. So be careful. You need to consider different names for each one. And here I need to tell some of these parameters which are really useful, like scalar or vector. These are shortcuts. I mean, when I press S and left click, I can add it here. Or when I press V, left click, vector parameter will be here, and then you can rename them. So these names should be different. And another thing here, when you want to create a parameter directly here for base material, with a right click on each one, here you have promote to parameter. When you select it, you will have a parameter automatically. And you can use it. I delete it, and you have these ways. Now let's have some examples. Here I name this one size tile, or just size. The default value is here, and here we can consider a minimum and maximum and other items which are obvious. Next one, which is here, it's for albedo. I move it a little. I rename this one. Okay, let me copy this name. Here I name it albedo intensity, like this. And this texture, right click and convert to parameter. I name this one texture, like this. Next one, here, reflect. So I copy this, right click, convert to parameter, and I name this reflect texture. Then this one, right click, convert to parameter, and the name can be reflect intensity. This one, bump. So copy this bump, right click, convert to parameter, and the name bump texture, and convert this to parameter bump intensity. And here ambient occlusion, convert to parameter ambient occlusion texture. Okay, that's it. Here, these are okay. This one, this coordinating cannot be a parameter, and also this one, it's not necessary. Save. Then here, and another save here. And as you can see, all of the parameters are added here, and parent, and you can have many materials with this. I select these items, and here, for example, for this section, I choose this one, I deselect it. Here I use this. For the bump, this one, and for reflect, I use this one. Now size, select, and I increase or decrease the size, or reflect 1, 0.1, reflect another picture, bump 10, 0.1, and the color. See? So you can create a parametric material like this. Here we have several pictures. For example, I can change it to this. And for reflect, and bump, and here like this. Okay, save, and now I drag it here. Now changes will be faster. Here, size 2, 1, see? It will be really fast. Or here, for example, reflect. -0.1, -10, 0, 1%. Here bump, 10. See, you can see the change here. Here again, -10, 100, 200, 0, 1%, 1. This one, albedo, 1, 2, 1. So we can have this way to create material instance. Okay, after creating parameters here, as I said, with a click, we can see the parameters here. But they're not organized. Here, global and global textures, they're separated, but they're not organized. I close it and I save all here and here again. Okay, now, for example, you want to have different groups and categories. Here in group, you can create categories. For example, here I select this and I create a group and I name it texture. Textures. Now, I open all of these textures and add them here. Then this one, which is for the values of the textures, I select them and here textures value. Okay, now this and this one and texture value. Now here, this one, another group, and I name it, for example, tile size. Okay, save. And now in material instance, double click. As you can see, textures value and texture size, they are organized. And that was really easy. And these categories can be helpful to manage them. Next one, which is really common to, for example, look at here, ambient occlusion is at the middle, second one, and then bump and effect. But for example, maybe you want to have this order in that section too. For this, I selected here, and in this section, we have an item which is sort. Yeah, sort priority. It's on 32, so I change it to 1. This one, 2. And this one, 3. And 4. And here, this is 1 in this group because it's single. Here, albedo, 1, 2, 3. Save. Back to this section. See. They are sorted according to the numbers which we considered. And it's really technical and make you fast. And now, material parameter collection. One of the most interesting possibilities in Unreal, which, for example, a parameter which a lot with the same value, you can consider this parameter as a base. Let me open this. For example, here, we have some parameters here. For example, this one size. It can be used in many different places with the same value for the different materials. In these situations, we can have material parameter collection. Here again, and right click in material section. Here, material parameter collection. I select it. Same as others, MOC, which stands for material parameter collection. Underscore global parameters, for example. Save. Double click. Open this window here. First section here is scalar parameter and then vector. Scalar, which are these items. These items are scalars which you can change the value. And here its name is size. Back to here, I add to scalar parameter. Here, I put size here and the default value, for example, 1 as default. Save. Then next one. For example, here, albedo intensity, copy. This is a scalar too. Here again, add, open, the name and default value. Here it's 2. 1.5 for this one. These two for now, save. Back to here. And I search collection parameter. Here it will be added. Okay, after adding, look at here, look at this section, parameter name, here, albedo intensity and size. For example, I select size. And I move this little and put it here. I connect it to this. I can delete this one or whatever as you like. And I can use this somewhere else. Save for now. Now it's saved and here in this section, material collection, Here in this field, when I change this value, it will be changed in the scene. So we might use this somewhere else. I mean, a copy of this here. And let me have this here. I create another material for it. I mean, this is stone. Okay. Here, create instance from this, and I name it second stone. I rename this one first stone. Save. Rename this one material instance. Okay, double click on this window. Here it is. Here, save. I accept it for now. Then I drag it to this. Okay, material collection. When both have the same parameter, here we can change both of them at the same time. See? Sometimes we have some parameters which they should be same for different subjects, and we can have it like this. See? This is material collection, which is really useful. Okay, now another interesting and useful parts of the Unreal material function. In Unreal software, when you create a material like this, sometimes these nodes and expressions are too long, but they're doing some special works. To using these in some other materials, or right here, you can change them to custom nodes, or here we call them material function. I close these items. Okay. Duplicate this. Test 2. Then right click here, material function. Selected. I name it material function underscore test 2. Like this. Double click, open it, and here again, test 2, open, and these materials which are here, I select all of them, Ctrl C to copy, then in this material function which I made, paste them. Okay. This material function has an output as defaults, which is here, and I delete these groups to make it clear, and also this one. Okay, here I delete this and connect this to B. Here I search for input, function input, I add it here for the input, because here we have a input. I move it here. Here I choose a name. This is texture coordinate and the size. I name this size. Then here in this section I open this list and change it to a scalar. Connected like this, and I delete this. I press 1, left click, and default value 1. or Control Z, undo. Let's have this one for now. Okay, now here, output. For output here, it's albedo. I copy this name, I connect this like this, and Control V, paste the name like this. Output. Here again, output. Function output. Copy this and paste it here and here. Okay, copy this name, paste it here. Copy this name, add this, here Control V, and also this one. Like this, okay. And this sort 1, 2, 3, 4. And here we have this. I save it. Material function test 2. Then here, right click, material function underscore test 2. Or here, material function test 2. Okay, here save. Here again. On the functions, let's see, test. Here, search for material function. Okay, here, material function. Here it is. I drag it here, like this. Okay. I delete all of these items. And as you can see, we have this. And instead of all of that long processes, I connect this roughness, bump to normal, and ambient occlusion. Here we have a size. I press 1 and connect it like this. Apply and save. Select it. 1. See? So we call this material function. Okay, now we want to have another material. We're gonna have layering in material. Some subjects might have different materials in their different layers, and to have them, you can have all of the materials in a single structure. You can do this in layer material or layered material. To do this, first a function to make it short and know the function better. Right click here and material function. I name it material function underscore, for example, metal. Okay. And I create a folder. I name it material layer. without space. Okay, I drag this metal on this, move, and the save. Double click on this to open this window. And now I choose two textures which I downloaded from the internet, and I put them here, drive C. And these two textures, I drag them here. Okay, there's a problem about the format. I need to do it again with this format. Okay, now they're here, like this. A save. I select them and drag them here in this function. I put them here, and now here we have an output. I keep it here, right click here, I search for make material attribute. I add it here, and I add this to have a structure like basic materials. First one, base color, I use this texture as the base to be able to control the colors, linear interpolate. I add it here, and RGB, no, this R to alpha, start preview to be able to see the results here, and the save. So far, like this. Here in this section, right click, input. Because we are making a function, we need this. Here, 3 vector, and the name, here tint, color. Like this. I can close it to have it in short form. I connect this to A and B. I press 1, click, and default value 0.3 and connect it to B. Like this. Okay, then stop and connect it to base color. For metallic one, left click, and this will be the metallic, default value 1. For the roughness, here again, I select this and Control D. I connect it to alpha, and this one to roughness. And I select this, Control D, Control D. Here, double click to make this, to be able to move them better and organize this section. Like this. The values can be changed like this. And here in this section, I select this section and Control D, paste them here. This one should be deleted, this normal. I move this section a little. This should be deleted. M and left click to have multiply here, and the rest of the topic next part. Okay, now after adding multiply, here from red to add, here start to see the results. like this. And again, from this one, duplicate here, from from green to A, and an input function. Here in this section, I change this to 3 vector, and its name here, normal, intensity. But here I want to change it to scalar. This one to B and B. Press A, left click, and stop this. Start this one. Connect this and this. Okay. Next step, another append. Connect it to here like this. And from blue to B. Double click here to have this coordinate and change the path. Here, I connect this one to normal. Okay, a save. Here again, browse, right click, material, and another function here. Material function, stone. Double click, and here again, make attributes. I connect this to here, and to simulate snow shape here, these 2 files to here. I start with this. Here, search for power. I add it here, connect it like this, and press 1, left click, and connect it, and the value like this. Then I need node fuzzy shading. And here I connect this to base, right click and start. Here we have a normal. As you can see, it's gonna be ready. 2 more. And value 1. This one, half. And connect them like this. Okay. This one cannot be normal, so I disconnect them like this. Yeah, now it's better. RGB2 here. Okay, here M, multiply, and connect it like this. Right click, stop, and this one start. Let's see what happened. Press 3, but here we need 4 because we have alpha, like this, and value for them 0.8, 0.9. Okay, let's press 3. 0.8, 9, and 95. Okay, now it's better. A color like this, and this is the base. For the metallic, I press 1, click, and 0 for metallic. Roughness. Here I search for linear interpolate, and of the single constraints, add them, and default value for each one. And for alpha, from blue, like this. Okay, this will be the roughness. Start this, save. Okay, so far it's like this. Now normal, nothing special. Multiply. I connect it to this and press 3 to B, which here again some values, and normal. Save. Here again. Okay. I change these two textures here in this path. I add two more textures. I select them and drag them here. Here and here. Okay. Its normal nap is here. We can select it right here or not. Here it is. Okay, delete this one. And this one I select. I think here it is. Okay, delete this one. Save. Okay. Now we made these two functions. I continue in next video. Okay, now these are functions. If we want to have these functions in search, here we have an item which is exposed to library. I need to select them to be able to have them in the search of the library. Here, save all like this, right click, select material, and name it material underscore layer. Double click, and now I search for snow, and you can see it here. And metal, here's really easy. Okay, after having this here, use material attributes to activate this layer word here. Now we're gonna combine these two materials. Here I search for matte layer blend. Here it is. I connect it. And this one here. And this one to alpha. Oh, sorry. No, this one here. Here. Okay. For the input, press 1 here, left click, and this one. Right click, convert it to parameter first, normal, intensity, and default value 1. And here press 3 and click, convert it, and name it tiling. Then connect it to this section. And for this, default value can be RGB, each one a default value, save, and to align them I use word align blend. Okay, intensity here for blend sharpness and the value 10, and duplicate this one with the value -1, convert it to parameter and name it blend base and connect it to this and alpha to alpha. Okay, here you can see it like this. We have 2 layers and save. Then here and an instance from this one. Then I drag that instance to this subject. Double click. Okay. Here, the value change like this, but it's a cube. Let's see how it shows. 10, 1, 2. Let's select this one. Control Z. Alt and copy this one. Okay. As you can see, these 2 sections are different. 10 -1 -5 I change this color. See? 2. You can see that here we have 2 different layers, which it can be different according to the shape. Okay, here, place, shape, for example, this cone. Then I drag it for this cone or this stair. Let's see, does it work or not? Yeah. With these values, see, we can have it here. And this was blending 2 layers. Okay, according to things which we said about material till here, now we want to have a file and we try to create these materials one by one. In this way, we can be more familiar with the structure of the material. Okay, I open a Max file here. You can find many of them in internet. You can also download some 3D boxes, or you can have SketchUp or Revit or other softwares. You can have their files here in 3D Max, but we need to have them in 3D Max because of some settings which are possible here in 3D Max. But it's possible to have some Revit or SketchUp file directly to Unreal with DataSmith plugin. Okay, here we have 3D Max as the base, but I will talk about the Revit and SketchUp just a little. We will have some description to know how we should use them. Here in this file, we have a frame, Shift and F to remove this frame. And we are in physical camera. Press P to be in perspective. Alt and W to have 4 views These are some default commands in 3D Max. T here, for example, or F3 to have wireframe, and here in wireframe I change it to front, and here F3, L to left, and here Alt and W to maximize it, Shift F, P and F3. Okay, these settings can help you to work better. Okay, first I need to control this file. First I delete this background here in rendering, environment, or you can press 8. Here is environment and effect. Here clear this to avoid having background. This black color, drag it here, and everything which is extra like light and camera, delete them. Here filter this list and light. Click drag all the lights and delete. Helpers, click drag delete. Camera, click and drag delete. And all again. Here display, we should be sure that all of these items are deselected, because there might be some lights, but with this select it's not possible to see it. Okay, here these are some trees and furnitures. I delete them like this here. In this way we can make it light. In Unreal we can have all of them easily and better with some softwares. I will talk about it. Like this, here we have grass. I delete. Here they're like boxes to have them light. This one delete, and some of them here delete. Here delete and delete. Okay, here like this. Okay, here these furnitures, I delete all of them. If we want, we can have them again later, but for now we don't need them. This one, I hide this for now and delete these items. Another one here. Here in this section, clay mode, right click, unhide all. Change this one to standard, default shading. Here in the scene, and I can keep these furnitures. Or let me delete them, and later I can use another file and have them again. And you can understand how you should do this. Like this. Nothing more. It's something like this. Okay, after that, here, as I told you before, the unit has to be in centimeter. So here in this section, set it in centimeter, and system unit setup, centimeter as well. Now we need to be sure that this project, which we are working on it, has a correct unit or not. So here top viewport, somewhere, for example here stair. We have different ways to check it. One of them is here, helpers. We can use tape and we can measure this distance. It's almost 55 centimeters. So we need to make it twice bigger. I select the whole project, then group it. Why? To be able to scale the whole project at the same time. Group and front viewport. Here, press G to have grids. We are doing this scale according to origin point. So, select it. We need to control the gizmo. Here, affect pivot only. Now it's here. Right click on move, then 0, 0, 0. Now scale. And this one 0. Okay. Right click on scale and 200. Top viewport again. Now here tape. Here to here. It's almost 110, which is correct. Then here ungroup. Okay. Now we need to organize this file. As I said before, organizing can be really helpful in all softwares. Some subjects need to be attached or detached. You need to add different materials. This is controlling and organizing. For example, here they are overlapped, so it's better to delete these. And here, I prefer to draw a box here like this. Here, 20 centimeters. Okay, the width is okay, and the height, for example, 300. I move it. Like this. And here in this section, I delete this element here. Right click, convert it to poly. Do these things. I move this, for example, and select this again, attach with this one. Okay, after doing all of these things, now category. To categorize them, here I prefer to have Layer Explorer in Tools menu. In this window, I set it here and stretch it. Okay, first, for this structure, we need to create new layers. For example, SM_floors, because they are static meshes. Next one, static mesh underscore walls. Delete. Okay. Here, they should be separated. Static mesh underscore walls. Again, static mesh. For example, pool. Another one, It should not be a sublayer. Static mesh, environment. Okay, for now, these groups can be good. And here in walls, I set it. And how many walls that we have here, I add to this layer. Here, add this wall, which here we have the wall and floor attached to each other. Here I select polygon, and here activate this, click and drag, I select them. Okay, after selecting, here detach. Okay. Out of polygon, select this one. Okay. Here, this is a surface. We need to have shell. These are really important. Be careful about these kind of things. It can be thick as 1 centimeter and convert it to poly. And select it and have it in wall layers, right click, and that's it. Here, wall and floors again. Select polygon like this. Here, okay, here it is. From here to here, select. Okay, select all of them and detach. Okay. This one should not be active. Select this one, first one, shell, and thickness 1 millimeter. Convert to poly and have it in walls. Right click and no. Okay. We have another wall here. This one is okay. Just shell. Convert to poly and in walls. And right click on height. Okay, now we categorized the walls. I can turn them off and turn on the wall, and here are these walls in the project. Okay, now I just wanna have this. So here I control the materials and change them to standard. First of all, material window, but before that, render setup. Here, set it on scan line, then material window. Here in this window, we have some elements or objects. I need to change the materials to standard because V-Ray materials cannot be supported in Unreal. So this item, to pick the materials, I copy the color, right click on this, change material. In this window, select standard and OK. Double click here, right click on diffuse and paste. and hide it. Next one, pick material, click, vary material, copy the color, change this to standard, and here paste it, and hide it. Next object, select, copy the color, and here map is used for the normal, so I change this, and this default map of the 3D Max cannot be acceptable. I delete it, so texture, and I connect it to BOM, double click and paste the color, right click, hide, here again the same, hide, and the last one, which is here, copy the color, double click, right click, change, and paste. Right click, unhide all. No, because there are some other layers. Okay, like this. We controlled the wall, Control S to save. Here, pull. Here, turn this off. Okay, here is related to pull. I edit. Here, add, and here, add, here, add, the wall, add, here is empty, and this one should be added too. Okay, turn this off and turn this on. For this section, we need to control the materials one by one. Material window, a new tab. I name it pull to be able to analyze it. Right click, rename walls for the before. Here again, pick material, wall, right click, change material, diffuse, here, bump, here, and here like this. So I delete this one because I don't need it. I hide this one. Here. Okay. Right click, hide, and next one. Select this and activate the background. Right click, copy, right click, change, okay, and here edit. Right click and hide. Next one, select it, color, copy, right click, change. All of them should be standard materials. Be careful. There are some scripts which can be helpful for these things, but as I said before, they can cause some problems because some default maps like Wave will be like this, they will be saved, but Unreal cannot support these 3D Max maps. Only bitmap can be supported by Unreal. Here, copy, right click, change, paste it here. For transparency, 60. Just to be able to know it. Again, pick, here, and like this. We don't need this, delete. Now this image, copy, right click, change, okay, double click, paste it here, and diffuse and bump. hide this one. We hide it just to know that which one is done. Copy, change. Yeah, it's standard, it's okay. And the last one. Copy. Here again, delete it. This one, right click, change, okay, diffuse. And paste this here. In this way, we can control these materials and Control S to save till here. Okay, then the last part of LOD topic, and most of the times in zoom out I change this to wireframe and zoom out in the way that this table or this tree they're not really important. I mean their materials. And their materials, they're not even visible in this distance. Because of this, here in LOD, the materials can have some separated settings to have some more simple materials in more distances. And as you know, more reflection and complicated materials in materials can take more time for process and make it heavy. Now here in custom, save, and in LOD3. Now here wireframe. Okay, 0, 1, 2, and 3, which is far away. So here, LOD3, we have a item which is section. When you click, you can see all of the materials here. You can isolate the materials here, or you can select some light materials. For example, in LOD3, I want to have all the materials the same with this one, for example. I change all of them to 7. We need to control them one by one. This one as well. And this one. Okay. Now, all of the materials are the same. See? After 3, all of them will be with the simple material. Okay, here, zoom out. When we zoom out after LOD3, we have the same material for the whole model. Zoom out. See? Zoom in. See? It changes. So, we can have this control in materials for LOD. Another thing for some people which work with Revit, it can be interesting for them. I open this sample file in Revit. When you want to have FBX export in Revit, because sometimes you need it to have FBX to open it in some softwares like 3D Max and have some special works. Here I select all the elements with click and drag, and here area and other items. Okay, delete. This one fine. Then here export FBX. Then use LOD easier. When you select it, you can have the subjects with more faces or less faces. With this item, you can control the number of faces in export. Here, I save them in the folder of LOD. I create a folder. I name it RVT LOD. Then open it. And the first one, I name it on. Select this item. Export. The second one, right here, export. Same name without selecting, and here off, export. After that, here in 3D Max, and I import this file. Each one separately should be imported. First one, on, open it, okay. Okay, like this. Okay, here I press 7. For the whole project, we have 404,261 polys and 214,675 vertices. Here I take a shot, snipping tools of the window, and a screenshot just to know the number of these values here. Okay, here is the photo, and again I import it. Now off. Okay. This one, okay. Now here, now we don't have difference for it, and the reason is that all of the elements are flat geometries. So to be able to understand it better, I can use another file. For example, this one. In this way, 3D view, duplicate, and one of these doors, for example this one, I filter it or isolate it. Now here VH, and fine. Okay, now here export, it can be on, yes, and again export FBX off without selecting, save. Now let's check it. Now we can see the difference. First one off. Okay. Delete this one. And press 7. Okay. A screenshot, and these are the numbers. Reset it here. It was off. This time import on. Okay. And delete this one. Press 7. Look at here. Compare these numbers, and you can see 4,000 for polys, 3,184, and the vertices as well. So according to what you need, even in exporting FBX, you can have less number of polygons for exporting, and it can be helpful to optimize your model for the next software. You need to be careful. This number of polygons should not affect on the quality and appearance of your model. And that's it, LOD in Unreal Software.